to drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
All right. Welcome back again on the grand final of PUBG Mobile Day 2 on IESF 14th World Esports Championship. Here we are, still on the hottest place, the best stage ever, Fire Stage, and still with me, Gary, as the host for today. So, before we're gonna start the game, I would like to say thank you to our government sponsor who's supporting this event. So thank you once again to Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, and OC Indonesia, and of course, wonderful Indonesia. And if we are talking about the competition, there is always a prize. So the prize pool for PUBG Mobile is total $100,000 US. And we are gonna live on Twitch at IESF_TV5 on YouTube at PBSC and YouTube also garudaku.sc. Nah, the previous host of the IESF World Esports Championship from 2009, we have Korea. And 2010, we have Korea also. 2011, still Korea. 2012, still Korea. 2013, Bucharest, Romania. 2014, Azerbaijan. 2015, go back to Korea. 2016, the best one, Indonesia on Jakarta. 2017, go back to Korea in Busan. 2018, Taiwan, Kaohsiung. And last is 2019, Korea in Seoul. And of course, our lovely 16 finalists of PUBG Mobile Grand Final. We have Egypt, Brazil, Jordan, Morocco, Vietnam, Saudi Arabia, Korea, Brunei Darussalam, Pakistan, Turkey, Maldives, Kazakhstan, Iraq, Sri Lanka, Chinese Taipei, and our host, Indonesia. Of course, follow me here. So I'd like to tag to our marvelous and greatest caster here. We have El Doge and Chuchu. Are you ready, guys?
I'm so
ready. Are you ready?
Yeah, bro.
All right. Let us start first game of today. So bring it on.
You want to class with us?
No.
Yes, please.
Please. Bring it on.
Thank you so much, Mas Gary, or Gary, Mr. Gary. Today has been delightful for us. And welcome back, ladies and gents, to the World Esports Championship 2022, brought to you by IESF. But also, we'll be your casters and your storyteller today. I'm going to be Chuchu, and this is going to be Dan.
Eldog is here also. So, the second day, Chuchu, the judgment day, the most important day because they're collecting a lot of points to proceed towards the top 3 because Masgari already mentioned only 3 teams that will getting the prize pool for about $100,000 US. So what do you expect? What do you expect for today?
I mean, like, yesterday has been a lot of, there's only 2 flags flying a lot. I mean, Sanhok is a different story, but when it comes to Vietnam, the kings of Sanhok, we only have one Sanhok anyway. So, I mean, like, is that even fair enough for us to crown them as kings?
Yeah, but again, like I mentioned a lot, Vietnam is kind of, spicy when it comes to Sanhok. They can control it well because not only Eagle, which is playing right now, the Xavier, one of the strongest team in Vietnam also. But back to the game, Erangel and Miramar. Only 2 flags, Chinese Taipei and Brunei
But
Darussalam.
you know what? We are excited about the game, but we are super excited for our sponsors as well, because without them, none of us will be here today. None other than main sponsor JHL Group. Thank you so much for sponsoring us. And also, we are sponsored by JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DAS, Good and Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina, Hydro Coco. Thank you so much to our official telco partner, Telkomsel. We also have official smartphone partner, the Samsung Galaxy A series, and also internet service provider partner, IndiHome, our travel management partner, HIN, hotel partner, Episode Hotel, and Marusaka Hotel, which we are at right now. Esports broadcast partner, Minsky Global, IFEL, ESID, and production partner, Lemon ID. Also our media partners here, Trans7, Detikcom, Esports.id, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and Kami Bija.
Yep. And also want to say thank you so much to Antis Prosa and Sovel, who is joining us for the IESF. And last but not least, thank you so much for the government support, Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, and OC, Koni, and also wonderful Indonesia.
Woo! Wonderful Bali, wonderful Indonesia. And things have been really heated up. We only remain with tomorrow, our last day. Time flies so fast.
Time flies so fast. From the play-ins towards the grand final, and we discussed a lot. Not only the time flies so fast, but the pack, the action pack, also fly high right there. It's totally different when it comes to the grand final. It's really different one because the teams upscaling to 16, and what I think we can say there, the aggression and also the aim for the prize pool is higher right now for the tension.
I mean, like, if you're not aiming for the prize pool, then I have nothing else to say, because there's only the top 3 going to get away with the prize pool anyways. Now, we've done with our play-ins, where we have 19 group in total for Group A, B, and C. Only the top 11 team will march towards our grand finals here, which is going to be the top 11, where we're done with the group stage. Now, we do have 4 regional teams coming out from Kazakhstan, Morocco, Turkey, and Brazil, where we also have 1 more team coming out from the host team as itself, which could be Indonesia. So all 16 teams now playing in 3 days long grand finals here, where we're actually in our second day.
Yep. 5 matches a day. So for total 15 matches will be played by all the players. And starting for the second day, so it's a 6 towards the 10. Like we discussed a lot, the second day is really important. They need to collect a lot of data and also a lot of points. And coming for the point system, it doesn't change at all. The first one, or the winner chicken dinner, will get 15, second 12, third 10, fourth 8, fifth 6, up until the 13 towards the 16 without any points, and every elimination they will get 1 additional point.
At least this is applicable right now.
Yeah, applicable.
Because we do have 16 teams.
yeah.
I mean, like, that's good news for us. Somebody will go empty-handed, hopefully not. But at least we got something up to 16 plays. But when it comes to the prize pool now, the lion's share of $100,000 here for the grab. We're talking about 50,000. Half of it taken by the champions. The second will take away only 30, while the third taking away 20. Fourth place, nothing.
And like you mentioned, Juju, imagine if the 4th place, the gap point is not that high, they will be they are going to be very disappointed. So that way, need to prove the best of them. They really need to play consistently. No more mistakes, if I can say so, because second day is the mental building when it comes to the last day tomorrow. But again, the participating teams for the grand final, after 3 long days for the play-ins, we are having 16 teams, which are South Korea, Chinese Taipei, Vietnam, Iraq, Jordan, Maldives, Egypt, Pakistan, Indonesia, the host, Brunei Darussalam, Sri Lanka, Saudi Arabia, Kazakhstan, Morocco, Turkey, and also Brazil.
Yeah, but speaking of the teams that didn't have to play the play-ins, which are going to be the top 5 team, including Kazakhstan, Morocco, there's going to be Turkey, and also Indonesia. You know, hopefully yesterday was enough for them. They have to warm up by now. I mean, they don't have a choice here.
They do not have a lot of time to warm up, like you mentioned before, and I really agree with that, because you can see how stepping up the players or the teams coming from China, from the play-ins. Even right now, when we see about the leaderboard, the top 2 even not coming from the grand finalists or the invited teams, because the number 1 so far is Chinese Taipei, and the second one is Brunei Darussalam.
If things are going to change today,
we're
going to have to wait and see.
Totally true.
We're going to have to wait and see, because I'm looking forward for another team to step up the match here. But when it comes to the top teams, even in a wrangle, specifically in a wrangle here, we're talking about Chinese Taipei. They're so good in the positions, even though they're a bit conservative in the first few minutes. We do have the Brunei's chasing the tails of Taipei, only 1 point different in the total of overall ranking. Turkey and Jordan. Now, Turkey. This is going to be a high expectations teams. We're talking about grand finalists of PMGC. Now, will they stay quiet?
Totally. I mean, there's a problem when it comes to Turkey, I guess, because they fought a lot. We can see from the total damage, it's more than 7,000 damage. It means that they fought a lot yesterday, and I think that's one of the problems because they managed to fail to go to the very late game, or even if they can, it's only with last man standing, only one player like we watch when they play at Erangel. Meanwhile, Jordan is my respected team when it comes to the first day because they're so creative.
Only the first day?
Yeah, no. So far, Chuchu, don't be like that.
And you know what? We're not done and dusted yet. We definitely have so many expectations when coming here today. So I have a feeling that there will be a lot of teams will be pushed down as well.
Ooh, that will be very interesting because, you know, the king of play-ins even not performing well when it comes to the first day, which is Saudi Arabia. So let's see, because we want to see all the teams giving their best. Again, they already traveled quite a lot, not even quite a lot. It's so far from their country. The pride of their country is what? The spirit of them for today IESF. So I really want to see them play the best for today.
Now, speaking of today's performance, when it comes to first wrangle, what are our predictions? Who will be cursed by our Jinx? And as always, who will be the unfortunate teams picked by the castles? For me, it's going to be coming up from Turkey because I'm waiting for them. Yesterday, maybe they're trying to just sort of getting the grasp about what's happening around there because they haven't been playing. But for you, it's a different story, right?
Yeah, I really like Chinese Taipei gameplay when it comes to Erangel because they're so conservative. They do not want to take the war, especially for the mid game. It's still unworthy for them. I think they are like the gameplay for Pakistan when it comes to the play-ins. They're just going to the compound, they're ending up until the late game, still having full manpower, and they are so strong because both of the Erangel won by Chinese Taipei yesterday.
Well, that's kind of true. I mean, like, you know what? I want to favor Chinese Taipei, but I have to disagree due to the fact that they are so conservative. Yeah, you can do that in the early few stages or early few days, but when it comes to the last few days, it won't work out like that because the teams start to manage to read out and how to counterplay about your rotation. Like, I don't know, you have to improvise and just, you know, have a variety of a strategy to come up if things happen to be read out by the other teams. In this case, Chinese Taipei, I haven't seen them going for the rush. They haven't been on offensive side. It's always on the defensive side. So I want to see something more on them. If they can give me more, then I'll be pleased.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. Yeah, I mean, this discussion really similar when in the play-ins we are discussing about Senegal and also, if I'm not mistaken, Ghana, because they play really conservative, going for the compound like I mentioned a lot. But I don't know, Chinese Taipei just has their own magic, if I can say, because, you know, when it comes to a team like that, usually they will lose when it comes to the last war or the last battle, especially when it comes to the latest Erangel. Morocco still having 4 players, but they still can be eliminated by Team Chinese Taipei. It shows that they have the consistency. They know how exactly to doing the teamwork, because at the end of the game, from the latest Erangel, even they are defending for a while, but they still have the logic going to the top of the compound, giving another angle and shooting towards all the players from Morocco. That's what I like from the Chinese Taipei yesterday.
I mean, like, I agree for the fact that position is so important. It's a survival game in the first place. That's the beauty of PUBG Mobile. But you have to be, like, you know, you have to step up to the occasion. We're talking about the players have to start to retaliate as well. I'm looking for a team that can balance out both. Being a bit safer in the first few circles, then start to be aggressive when it comes to third and fourth. Now, if they can actually execute that, that's going to be really just the perfect combination and just at the most best sweet spot ever.
Yeah, I mean, the only team on my mind right now is Brunei. I think Brunei
Yeah,
they have it, and really interesting to see how Brunei will do their best for the first game. But I think it's not only about Brunei and Chinese Taipei like we discussed a lot, but a lot of team. I think they will stepping up. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the first game of the day, the OG map, Erangel and Joy.
Now, just to recall you guys regarding our first day of Erangel, both won by the side of Chinese Taipei, but when it comes to the circle, it's a totally different circle entirely. Just to remind again, on the first day, it was around the hospital and around ruins. So it's more towards the left side when it comes to the first day. Will it be the same when it comes to the second day? Yeah, the flight path skewed towards more on the southern part, but if it happens to be around Stalber or Severny, for the circle, then
that will be very hard for all of the teams. But the flight path, even starting the day, not so well for all of the players. And you know what? It's still the same condition. I don't know. There is no one going to the Sosnovka Island because, you know, high tier loot there. I think they do not want to take the risk to cross the bridge because if the circle, like you already mentioned, going to the Severny, it's really hard for them. But we'll see. In a short time, we'll see where is the first circle.
I'm waiting if there's any clashes still, because we're looking over for some teams happen to not securing some drop spot yet. So especially sort of a fly. Well, you know what? I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like I do now.
Yeah, and this is a really tough situation for a lot of teams, especially like Vietnam, because they're dropping at the Nouveau Repnoye. I think it's the farthest city when it comes to the first circle. But again, if they can loot fast, they have a lot of vehicle, they can do the momentum towards the circle. But, three teams right now, Indonesia, Brunei, and also Jordan. I think they're still confused, a little bit confused to go towards their place, especially Indonesia, because they're changing their drop spot. Look at one player chasing Sri Lanka, even four teams right now near each other.
It's not a great start for them, especially coming up from the host team. Indonesian team really have to have a momentum and already maybe on his knees. Willie Aja trying to actually loot up and just making sure building up his gears while approaching to the side of Amari from Sri Lanka. Now Sri Lanka, they have been quieter. I'm surprised sometimes they can just suddenly have the surge. But here comes Willie Aja, shot down on Amari. It's going to be Eds, and that's going to be the first blood coming up from Indonesia team, but also for the side of Indonesia, they are trading 2-1. Both teams are having a bit of a loss since the start.
Yeah, this is a big problem when it comes to the first or the early stage of the game. Last only with 3 players, even though it's still possible to get a winner chicken dinner. But again, you are going from the southern part, going to the north part. It needs a lot of manpower. You need a lot of utility when it comes to the late game, because I believe the last circle will be quite tough for a lot of teams, especially going from the southern part. It's already far, and you know, when it comes to the rotation, maybe there's a percentage they will do clash or clashing each other.
You know, the worst part right now is everybody moving to its one direction.
Oh, yeah.
I have a feeling the clash will actually might happen in second and third phase.
Oh, second and third phase? Okay.
Second and third, it's going to be a bit earlier than the usual. It's not the third and the fourth anymore because everybody seems to be taking a lot of the southern part. Not just that. Nobody's actually in the north due to the flight path. And hopefully some of the team figured things out. Just hop on vehicle instead of looting, just go straight to north. If that happens, they will be the most lucky and fortunate team.
I mean, I can't argue about that. That's what actually inside my mind also, because, you know, when it comes to a circle like this, a lot of players really want to have their own comfortable compound. And, you know, from the eastern side of the map, there is Mansion, then Yasnaya, and a lot of objective that they can achieve. But if they are having the same mindset, going to the second and third phase will be quite interesting. But I think that it can be a full war when it comes to 4v4 situation. It's just accounting about the rotation, and it is so stressful when one of your player or even two can be cut down and become an elimination for the other teams.
That's provided it's 4v4. If it's 4v8 or 4v12, that's most the case, really. It's never like just one team around the corner. Since the start, we saw 3 teams sharing the same compound here. So they're definitely having a bit of a problem to mark their territory since the start. It's been quiet, a bit of calm before the storm. Hopefully it's going to be still calm till the end of the first phase here. But definitely a lot of teams start to search for vehicles because they do know come out even from Gatka region is just so far off if the circle happens to be ending on top of Severny.
Yeah, but talking about the side of Saudi Arabia, we just discussed they are not performing well at the first day, but today I think they are favored a lot by the first circle. Yasnaya Poliana inside the circle, they can collect all things that they need for the mid to the late game fight, and this is good for them, I think, because this is a good start, and if they can do it well, it will be a very good a point for them today. But look at this. Brunei already being swarming up for about 3 players from Jordan. Joey right now winning AK. Close combat with a holographic side, but still not knocking down. Even not only 3, 4 player from Jordan, and that's an easy fight because 4v1. Brunei lost of their members just only 6 minutes of the game.
It's not great at all coming up from Bruneians. They are quite separated between each other. Too far spread amongst the roster. And this definitely not giving them any sort of information to actually do something about it. Where are the others of the Bruneians? We haven't seen them at all when it comes to Chewy. So we saw a lot when it comes to the first drop just now. Same goes the story here again. Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and now Brunei and also Jordan as well as another team. But back to the side of Brazil.
My God. I think you were right, Chuchu. The second day is the real deal. I mean, a lot of strategy changed. Like Brazil, yesterday we saw them playing near the Gatka area and also being taken down by Maldives with an unexpected prawn shot. But right now, they're moving to the Milta, going from the right side, and I think still a very good condition for them.
And the side of, well, I'm not surprised Chinese Taipei was playing in the blue zone just now again. But in the meantime, this is very uncomfortable for the side of Chinese Taipei. It's definitely Saudi's advantage, like you mentioned earlier, because they love to drop themselves around Yasnaya Poliana, and this might be the case, and they already parked themselves right in the center of Yasnaya as well, with their vehicles and everything else. Now, the problem with you getting the center of a circle since the start, how well can you defend it? Because it will not be sort of a, one team coming in and you can take a break. No, it's going to be continuously no stopping crossfire for those in the center.
Yeah, we watch a lot when it comes to the play-ins, a moment like that, when you can defend one, but the third party coming, it's really big trouble. But I guess a condition like that will happen for about the third or the fourth pace, so it will be kind of late of the game itself because we can see it right now. A lot of teams, I guess, change their strategy. Even for the hard circle like that, teams like Morocco, they have their own plays. Even Kazakhstan still going to the Milta. So first pace really are still doing the same, except for 3 teams, which is Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and Brunei, if I'm not mistaken, because most of that team is playing at the edge of the circle, and I think fighting for the vehicle and then clashing for an unexpected compound still happens. So let's see about the third or the second to the third base of the circle.
You're not gonna mention Chinese Taipei in Vietnam is playing at the edge of a circle as well.
I mean, like,
and they usually do. You can't deny that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they are usually doing. Vietnam really playing like that at the play-ins. Chinese Taipei, even though they're playing quite different from the first day, I guess the first circle or the first pace, they can still manage to hold or defend from the DPS. So it's still good for them.
Lah,
yeah. It's like an ending of my statement. Lah.
Yeah, we do have 3 teams playing a bit slow here. Turkey, Sri Lanka, and Vietnam. They're taking their own sweet time, so the circle is not favoring them, but not too far off either. Now, the circle will popped again. It feels like really going up south all the way, more to the southeast here. Just Naya in the center. Now, Saudi, this is the time they can gatekeep. Maybe coming up from Brazil of Storm Gaming, if I'm not mistaken, they are coming up from the right side, entirely clear for the entire day. It's a good day for them to get into the circle, but the rest of them, if Saudi can actually farm this one, it will be just the perfect execution that they needed. It just can push them up all the way up there when it comes to overall ranking.
Totally, because Yasnaya is like the only entry when it comes from the left towards the right. But I guess this is a total different game right now because most of the players try to just do the rotation. They do not want to jump down from the vehicle, shooting towards the players, really different from yesterday. But look at Egypt right now, already having high ground, trying to shoot maybe towards Iraq players, but Iraq players, even Kalaga, do not want this fight. So if Kalaga doesn't do the fight, so it's so different. But right now, Iraq, Golden, still with the movement, the South Korea will already dropping down from the vehicle, shooting towards the Iraqi players, but still can't manage to have one knockdown. This is clash between rotation like I already predicted earlier.
Yeah, we predicted it.
Oh, yeah. So sorry.
It's still the second phase.
Yeah.
Still the second phase, and it's quite early to have fights in Renga in second phase. But due to the circle, things are making it really challenging for the players. And I'm surprised Kalaga is evading himself from fights. That's something new. Back to the side of Saudi Arabia. They got himself. What a nice spray. Crispy coming out from Dami of Saudi Arabia. Now we do have the South Korean side. Big Star taking advantage. Chinese Taipei stuck in between two teams that's hungry for more.
I mean, this is a big trouble because Chinese Taipei just moving towards an open field area. And like you mentioned, what a good shot coming from Saudi Arabia. And look at this confidence. Saudi Prestige even already going towards a small compound because one of the players already be there. I think Saudi Arabia realized Yasnaya is not safe anymore. It will be occupied by a lot of team, but going to the north, I think this is an arch nemesis. Saudis see a battle again, Indonesia going to the north, and the same mindset going for Brunei. So let's see if the battle will happen or both of the parties just want to do the repositioning, because due to the fact that both of the parties just having 3 players right now, I think they don't want to have an aggressive battle so far.
No, I mean, like, if they can do aggressive all the way playing offensive side, why not? The problem is, do they have enough? Because right now, looking at Morocco's side, Chapo and Lazy Boy, they don't have like level 3 of gears to work with, so they can just run, and I can call it loot hopping as well when it comes to compounds. But in the meantime, Toxin, this is what I mentioned, Maldives don't have enough for themselves either. Look at how much they have on them. For Toxin, it's level 1 of gears mostly. You don't have enough when it comes to grenade. I wish they actually really try to loot up more grenades and smokes, because it has been a game changer if they can actually do that. Shaq and the rest of Renines, they had a bit of a tough start before, but they are definitely trying to get some elevations. Yeah, might sharing the same compound as coming up from Turkey.
I mean, when it comes to Maldives, that's the big risk when you are doing the loot base at Gatka, because Gatka doesn't provide a lot. Even you do the scrapping around the Gatka. So that way, I think the strategy coming from Maldives, they want to go to the Yasnaya. They hope the apartment doesn't being looted by the players right there, which is Saudi Arabia. So let's see later about Turkey finally making their move. Even right now, so close with Jordan. And look at Solke without any doubt, dropping down from the vehicle, shooting towards one of the player from Jordan. A lot of damage, but not a knockdown. And Saudi, finally, what a gatekeep from Kazakhstan, going from Milta, 6 being taken down.
And it's going to be the 7 finish off from side of Saudi. But back to the side of Turkey and Jordan. It's one more team, Brunei, still lurking around. And even the Moroccans are here. We're talking about right on the top of the hill of Stalber. Here comes a bit of a bumper car moment. Solke and Solar, this is not the time to have too much fun here. They are kind of in front of the enemies. And we do have Pakistan lurking around the edge at the slopes of the hill, while Lutz and the rest of Turkey managed to secure and dominate this area for now. Back to the side of 1 million team, which is comprised of players of Morocco, Marshall, Chapo, Lazy Boy, and Sankai. Tried to climb up the hill, but the problem is Jordan is there before them. All about timing, all about the positions. If they go in for now, I have a bad feeling for this. Might just best to wait it out first.
Yep. But Marshall still moving with the buggy. This is what I learned today. A lot of team right now already realized they need to send some person or scouter to scouting around, because it's an open field area, and if they do not have the next objective when it comes to a shifting circle, they will be in a lot of trouble. So that way, even Morocco right now sending not only 1, two even players, Lazy Boy and Marshall, before to see which compound, which part of the hill or the mountain of Stalber we can play with. So this is a really good movement. They just not stacking around inside one compound, but they are widening their vision, they're widening their area, but I think that's still a good for now on. Different case for Vietnam because they are moving from Novo, they're going from the right side of the map. They want to enter of the circle, but a lot of team already there, even right on the crossfire coming from team Morocco, Indonesia also from the top of the mountain shooting towards the Vietnam, but they still have a good vehicle and still manage to go inside the third circle.
Feels bad for the side of Vietnam, being denied an entry here from this side of circle entirely by two teams. But in the meantime, we still have 16 teams, and there's going to be a really big war. The crossfire later will be really messy, but a lot of scrappy plays definitely when it comes to the fourth one in less than 10 seconds. Here comes Ragnarok, spraying over. Beautiful spray, but almost connect. Twansy on the ground on his knees, bleeding out. Now can Ragnarok seal the deal here? They're moving forward. Basawi, they spotted out Namshin. Ragnarok couldn't back him up. Now it's going to be 1-1 trade for now. But the problem is the blue zone is creeping in as well as we speak towards the fifth phase later on.
A tough situation for both of the parties. They need to go toward the circle, but the nade coming from Jordan connected well to the knockdown player of Team Vietnam. But again, the classic Vietnam, they have a lot of position to counter the gameplay coming from Jordan, but Indonesia, I think they want this momentum. Also Namshin still doing the healing, so it's not good. Again, you are still outside of the circle or near the blue zone. Less than 20 seconds, the blue zone will push you towards the play zone. And look at Brazil, the third party. They won this point, still scouting from above. And if the timing is right, this is a major problem for Jordan and also Vietnam.
Yep, this is going to be third party, and this is Brazil coming up. Nunes spraying over to Winnie. There's going to be non-stop action here for three teams just trying to survive. And the first one to be eliminated is going to be Jordan. This is a rare sight to see, but Nunes chasing the tails of all the teams across them. Kazakhstan even being chased right next to Darden, who will park himself very soon. Even Indonesian team is right beneath them as well. Oh no, Darden. From the pan to the fire, from everything else, just now, straight into the lair of Indonesian team. Willie had been waiting. Here comes one more spray and try to take them down. But Willie got cornered. Where to go?
I mean, what kind of game is this? A lot of movement, a lot of confusion. Even Brazil right now, right after the third party, they're moving around without any objective. Even one of the player being taken down by Team Indonesia. Leomord, what a good shot with the M4. Not only Brazil, it smells like a big war will happening here because Turkey is spotted at the top of the hill. And look at that. Brazil still moving towards the lower ground, but they fail to have a good compound, to have a good entry toward the circle. And I think Indonesia at the same time, they say they have the mindset to go toward the circle because a lot of teams from the high ground already heard a lot of gunshot from below.
Too many teams on the right side of the circle right now. Take it south or north is the same anyways. Back to the side of Saudi, they are farming on the other side. Kalaga funny start to shoot against Axa on Kazakhstan team with a Mini 14. But nothing seems to be connecting by far. The dots are not joined by each other. Back to the side of Kalagan, even spotted out the Egyptian team from behind. Golden spray towards Puncher. Axa trying to actually open covers with the smokes, but spotted out! Axa on his knees, finally Golden spots him. And might be the Indonesian team trying to butt in from behind. It's going to be backstabbing. Kazakhstan stuck in the rut between two teams that's really aggressive right now. And Iraq, they need to have a bit of a reset to revive Reva. But we're talking about Brazil. They repositioned themselves all the way here.
Yeah, classic Iraq winning aggression. And Brazil, I really respect about their movement, even though one of the player being taken down, but they managed to secure that vehicle, which is a very, very huge capital when it comes to the late game like this. A lot of players, a lot of team will come from the east side of the map. We can see right now, not only one, but three, not only two, but three teams will go toward from the same direction. But suddenly, Morocco, one team that are so proactive, going around with a lot of scouters right now already at the middle of the map.
It's not just that. We're looking over one player of Chinese Taipei. Just happens to be in the middle of the chaos. And that's going to be the fights between the elephants and the mouse who will be the victim. In this case, for Horsron, the last member remains for Chinese Taipei. Now, how can he outwit all the players who are right next to him, including one Morocco players? Is just lurking around the corner. SK Tan trying to bait them out their shots for the side of South Korea by playing with this buggy just to make sure that they know exactly where the position of the shot. SK Tan is the bait for the team. Dami already done, but it's going to be D7 and Prestige. Now, if Prestige is still alive for Saudi, they still have a big shot of winning this.
Oh, totally the mastermind, we can say from Prestige itself. But I really want to discuss about Hoshwan. Sometimes the best hiding spot is the most obvious one. So I think that's what Hoshwan want to do right now. But coming again from the right side, still a very chaotic moment. A lot of teams will proceed toward the circle. And Kalaga, the classic one, Mini 14 without scope, only the iron side. Still pressure towards all the players, but from Turkey, 2 players even being knocked down, not by the shot, but by an explosion of the vehicle. And Brunei following after that, really chaotic moment right now. A lot of open field, and right now Prestige, this is the players we mentioned a lot, still shooting towards a lot of teams, and they're playing at the edge of the circle because they know if they go to the middle so fast, they will be the central of attraction from all of the teams that want to go towards the circle.
Willie Aja has been survived so long in the middle of the war zone. How did he do that? He does so much ninja move just now. Back to the side of Morocco. Now it's going to be Maldives being eliminated. Next we're down to 10 teams. Kalaga cooking up the nade, pressuring towards the buggy. With nobody's in it. Back to the side of Kalaga. Who to pick? Pick your poison. Is it going to be Korea's side or is it going to be the Egypt side? Willie Aja, on the other hand, this one guy, he did so much work for the entire team. We're talking about in the middle of a crossfire. He survived, he sustained, but the rest of them didn't even spot him out. I mean, like, there's going to be a lot of magic play in it. Back to the side of Golden, spraying towards the side of Indonesia. Finally, Willie Aja have to bow down at 9th place.
I mean, 2 ninjas, Hoshwan and Willie Aja, but Willie Aja taken down well faster than the Hoshwan, but that was a good shot coming from Iraq, even though one of the players being knocked down, but the body system, the backup is still faster. Kalaga right now try to blind the vision towards all of the enemies, and back again with Morocco. Look at how they move with a lot of movement, but the nade coming from the big start, it's a big gameplay when it comes to defending his compound. Just left with only 1 player, but the Molotov will end the day. Even the DBS from Senkai defeated the player from South Korea.
Right in the face, in a very lonely corner. That's where he waited the longest for the one shot of DBS. That's going to be securing 4 eliminations coming up from Morocco with 1 person knocked down. We're down to 7 here. Only 1 team, make it 2 right now, because us and Chinese Taipei having 1 player there. Vehicle will not last long, but back to the side of Saudi, spraying over to Egypt. Sounds crispy, but Rona spotted out on Golden. That's really golden moment for them. Back to SK Tan with a DB28, taking on Iraq from the back, and that explosion finish off decimated the entirety of Iraq just now.
Egypt really reforming the gameplay is not same when it comes to yesterday. They are really aggressive when it comes to the momentum right now. They want to make one. They are not waiting right now, but coming for the gatekeeper, which is Saudi, right now doing the proactive towards the Morocco. Even one of the players, Lazy Boy, being taken down. Marshall already being spotted. Esketone need to heal him first. This is what Saudi capable is, like what we saw earlier at the play-in. Right now they're so aggressive, but Brunei again, this is the stability. Brunei can avoid all the fights going from the north, just witnessing all the fights, and right now they're still with 3 players. Oh my God.
They are the only team coming up from the left side of the circle entirely. And the rest are just too busy fighting each other. 1 more team eliminated. We're down to 5. And it's going to be Kazakhstan winning over Morocco. And also butting into it's going to be Arthur from Egypt. And also they have quite a number of eliminations coming up from Saudi Arabia. 10 already in the bag. The only team that got themselves double-digit elimination. Krona and Horsron still staying in it. And a very small shack. Saudi taking on Krona. Still not done and dusted yet. Horsron trying to not move even a muscle. He's just gonna go for it. He got 1 more. And that of Kazakhstan. This changes everything. Oh, Woshwan, what a playmaker.
That was a big play coming from Hushwan. You know, 3 players being knocked down from the middle of the game, from the third place of the circle, but Hushwan managed to slay all the enemies near him. Even Rhino laid on quite a while and become the top 3 so far, but Brunei from the shot coming from Hushwan, so it's already predicted where is the players of the enemy. The movement coming from Brunei is so good. Piazza doing the backup. 2 of the other players are moving with the vehicle, but Rhino Newbies is the only one. Saudi with left 3 players. What a shot coming to Newbies. Even one of the players, Newbie, already at the low health point. So what a kid. But look at the circle. No one favors by the circle, so they need to go towards the central. But Piazza, oh my God, too close to the vehicle. Explosion made him knocked down.
But I'm loving how Saudi Arabia just spreading out, having wide angle to work with. And Warshan got himself elevation. The one in problem right now is going to be Piazza. Newbie want to actually save him with Bison in his hand. But at the same time, the smoke won't last long. The moment it dissipates, everything just so clear for the side of Saudi Arabia. They might actually take this away. But Piazza, can he actually be revived? While Shako tried to attract all the attention to his side. Spotted out Warshan, the backstabber in this match. The one that actually giving so much problem from the backside, and Shako making sure he keeps the pressure on. Here comes Saudi, pushing forward, bit reckless, getting on one on his knees, and Warshan tried to just evade the nades, but Shako tried to just retaliate with another, and that's going to be the reply coming out from Brunei. But Saudi left with only 2 players. That movement coming out just to push in was a bit too early.
Yup. That was not a good momentum, but right now Hushwan finally being knocked down by the shot coming from Esketon. Change again the momentum for Saudi Arabia. So right now it's balanced. It's balanced 2-on-2 situation, and both of the parties not inside the circle. So far, Prestige still waiting for the right momentum, for the right timing to show towards the Shako player or the player. Even SK Town right now becomes the bait. He wants to reveal the position of Brunei Darsalam player. He's being knocked down, still not, but low health point. Prestige failed to have an elimination, and at the same time, Brunei, what a movement. They go towards the circle. Piasao still do the froning. Shako still quite exposed, but there is a different elevation between both of the parties. The nade is so close to knocking down Prestige, and this is the calm before the storm, Chuchu.
It's 2v2 right now, and the Blues are closing into a side of Saudi Arabia Fez. This is not great for them. They need to move forward. They need to advance, but how? The slope is not helping them either. Shako will actually be knocked out almost even. Prestige, lucky enough, he got himself that cloud of smoke. Back to side of Shako, playing it safe. All proning down for now, making sure they will not be discovered. All back to might be actually being left behind for the side of SK Turn as well. Now, all they need to do is just know exactly where to go and where to look. For the side of Brunei, they're quite spread. That's a good start. But saying go for Saudi Arabia, they're doing the same thing here. It's going to be Shako versus Prestige, but Shako will look over SK Time first. Piazza will the one to make a big difference for the side of Brunei. But in the meantime, going on flank is an open road, open straight in between. How to cut across? There goes. I think that's going to be the smoke. That's going to be the cue. Prestige, he wants to push forward. But if he didn't spot it out Shako, that's going to be the end for Prestige.
Yeah, totally true. Shako right now really controlling the game for Brunei. Shako doing a very risky trade, I guess, because Shako is exposing, is still picking towards the Brunei, towards the Saudi, but the backup coming from Saudi. 2 of the play, but SK being taken down. Prestige is being taken down also, and Brunei opened the game, opened the day with a strong performance. Winner, chicken dinner. So it's kind of back-to-back because the previous day, the first day closed by Brunei, and right now, the first day again, Brunei shown us the quality of them, and congratulations, Brunei Darussalam, for the 3rd winner chicken dinner at the grand final.
I mean, like, what a performance. I have to give it so much credit for the side of Bruneians. They know exactly where to go. They know they're so composed. If you look at how calm they were just now to decide about where to shoot and where to look. And Shako took a big, bold courage just to push towards the flank side in case the team coming up from Saudi, especially when it comes to Prestige, try to move on the flank. He's there first. It's always who get to park themselves in the most prime position first. and he knows exactly where to go and not even hesitate at all.
I mean, when it comes to Brunei Darussalam, I don't know. There must be a chance for each player's shine, you know. Newbies in play in so strong, a lot of elimination, but when it comes to grand final right now, Shako play the big risk, and sometimes a big risk will giving you the big return, while Shako playing at the edge of the circle, like a bait for two players of Saudi. Even the backup can't be happen because, you know, there's a slope played by Shako and pick, then redo it again, making the momentum for Saudis failed. And what a play coming from Brunei Darussalam, especially Shako, I guess, at this particular game.
I mean, like, this shows how much they deserving for the Pro League right now. I mean,
totally.
this speaks so much today. Now I wish they can finally get themselves their own Pro League, because this is just incredible play coming up from the side of Brunei. And on the side of Iraq, they have been really aggressive, but it's so rare for us to actually see Kalaga not trying to fight in the first few minutes. That was very entertaining for him to actually run instead of, you know, going for the offensive side. He's actually trying to run away from it. But Sankai, this time of that one tap of that DBS, even though the opener is just jumping into the corner, he's just so well prepared. His reaction, you know what, that's why they're pro players.
Yeah, I mean,
you know?
like, that's the quality of the global championship player, you know. I mean, I really sad about the moment coming from Morocco, because I favors them a lot when it comes to the winner chicken dinner at this game, because, you know, from the 5th circle, they're already having the central part of the map itself. But like you already mentioned earlier, when you're defending it, how strong can you be? Because a lot of teams are swarming around, not only 2, 3, but a lot of teams. You need to silk or take them down, and it is not easy. It is not easy, especially Saudi from southern part do the utility towards the team of Morocco. But here we go, Juju, 11 elimination. This is the highest so far at the grand final, because the latest one is 10. Right now the double digit again happened, and 11 got by Brunei Darussalam.
I mean, like, there are two teams that definitely dominating right now when it comes to the population of PUBG Mobile, where they eliminated like 2/3 of the total PUBG Mobile population right now.
Yeah.
It's going to be 1 point shy difference between the Brunei's and the Saudis, because right now the Saudi are the team that have the match when it comes to the vibe and when it comes to their mindset. They're so similar. Both Team of Saudi and Brunei are having a good start with balancing out position and elimination. But I have to give it to the Saudi Arabians team. They are more aggressive when it comes to offensive play. They have it. But when it comes to balancing both aggressive and, you know, to wrap things up, I have to give it to Brunei. They do know when it comes to when to defend and when, especially defensive side, for a bit more. You know, this kind of a the spear and the shield story between these two teams. Saudi is more towards the spear side, and Brunei is more towards the shield side, but they're both really good when it comes to offensive, but it's a bit more than the other, just a tiny bit.
Oh, just a tiny bit. So what I like about Brunei, like we already discussed earlier, they really know how to analyze the gameplay. When you mention the only team going from the left side is Brunei, because I think Brunei going from the top, then they realized a lot of teams coming from the right side, which is the east side of the map. They change their rotation. They're going from the left, which is quite chill a bit, because there isn't anyone in there, and that's a big advantage coming for Brunei. Even though they are left with only 3 players starting from the early stage of the game, they managed to get a winner chicken dinner again by the position. So that way they are avoiding all the fight, they are stealing the elimination from all the knockdown, and they manage to have a lot of utility when it comes to the in-game.
And no, the thing about Chinese Taipei, they are very conservative. I mean, like, this is what I want to emphasize earlier. It's good if the circle is generous.
Okay.
If it's a normal common circle. But if a circle is just really contradicting with the flight path at these extremities, this is just quite hard for the teams that want to play as safe as possible, because it's so hard for them to actually play as usual. Here comes our overall stats. Definitely it's going to be 61 players all finished by the shots, because nobody being taken off by the blue zone.
I really like this statistics. I mean, this is the second time I do the cast for the grand final. There is no one being taken down by the blue zone. Even a lot of fight happened from the 4th pace, going from the northern side like Jordan and also Brazil, if I'm not mistaken, and from the high ground is Turkey, but they still managed to fight the best of them. They are not trying to heal from the outside of the circle, which is the blue zone, and that's the spirit. That's the spirit for me coming from all the players.
Well, I'm not pleased with the throws being used here because we do know 300 is
Oh,
normally
yeah.
the standard that should have been. But right now, MVP is going to be Piazza. Woo! Thank you so much for this MVP, Piazza. We all needed to see your face a bit more because you know what? He was actually a bit toned down when it comes to his mindset and mental. And today we can see he's super happy and you definitely deserve this. Give it a go. Maybe we're going to see you in your own PMPO one day.
Yeah, don't be shy. newbies even when he becomes the MVP, do the love sign. So you can do a lot of things also.
He can flex.
Yeah, so he can flex, yeah. He can flex. Yeah. So yeah, Brunei Darussalam, I think, really stealing the spotlight when it comes to the IESF. No pro league whatsoever on their country. We can say for about 1 or 2 years, because if I'm not mistaken, at the beginning of PMPL there is, right?
They used to have a
They used
wildcard
to.
region.
Oh,
wildcard
region, yeah.
But then it's kind of changing the format, and next season is going to be a different story. But you know what? I hope everybody can have finally their good start after they're starting off the engine with our match number 1 just now for day number 2. If not, they need a coffee because we're going to head into our break for our own coffee. Hope to see you guys when it comes to Miramar next.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus, berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Drama terus. Nonton nih komedi yang nyegerin, lucunya gak habis-habis. Ngelospol. Capek hati drama mulu, mending dibawa happy.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 14th IESF 2022, the World Esports Championship for PUBG Mobile. Still with me, Eldo again, also.
Donna Vizca here, and we're gonna accompany you in the second game of today, which is we're gonna see the battle in Miramar. So it's gonna be like a very hot situation here, a very, very hot battle between all of the teams here, especially after Brunei taken the winner chicken dinner. And not only that, we saw that Chinese Taipei is actually like proceeding their way into the late game, and we have to remember from yesterday's leaderboard itself, both Chinese Taipei and also Brunei Darussalam is actually only has one gap point between them.
Totally. I mean, today is a really different day. Not for Brunei and Chinese Taipei, they are still performing well, especially Brunei, because you know the only team with 3 chicken dinners right now is only Brunei Darussalam. Oshuan from Chinese Taipei, sneaky when it comes to the movement, but when it comes to the other team who are not performing well at the first day, Saudi Arabia, then Morocco, I think they are stepping up with their gameplay, and that's a good news because we want to see a good battle, a good gap points, not a huge difference. We want to see a really close one, and it can be happen if all the teams are stepping up about their gameplay.
Exactly, but talking about Brunei though, the theme for Brunei is actually like Steal the Show from Brunei Darussalam, and I mentioned it earlier when you cast this match. And not only about this grand final though, because we have to remember that Team Brunei Darussalam has such a really consistent game or result in the group stage earlier.
Even they are going to the top 3, right? We saw earlier Saudi Arabia really strong when it comes to the play-in. The only team with 300 point more for about, if I'm not mistaken, 308. And following then Brunei with 239. So it's a huge gap. But when it comes to a very fast adapting of gameplay, Brunei really did it well. Like I discussed with Chuchu earlier, they are not only fighting, but they knew where is the exact moment they need to enter the circle. They knew about the condition of the other teams, and they do not want to enter the fight. They avoid it when it comes to the mid game, and I think that's 2 points. That's 2 points really strong for Brunei, so they can got 3 chickens so far.
Yeah, especially like when I saw or when I watched the game or the late game between like Brunei Darussalam and also Saudi Arabia, it impressed me a lot, and I think if they manage to like get into like some kind of like PMPL Southeast Asia, it's gonna be like a big thing for them, especially actually.
Yeah, I hope there will be Pro League for Brunei again, because let's be honest, that's a high quality gameplay, and they are not facing any small contenders, quote unquote, but the player from PMGC, the big community from Indonesia, then a big community from all our other nation or region. So it's a big result to considering a Pro League in Brunei, because only one team can show this. How about the others? I think the competitive scene is so well right there, so it can be, or it resulting a good team like this.
So you are gonna favoring Brunei to win the winner chicken dinner in this Miramar?
You heard me a lot, right?
Yeah, speaking of Brunei, they got their vibes here, they got their momentum here. So yeah, it's quite a big chance for them actually like to take the winner chicken dinner, because actually like yesterday in the first day of grand final, Brunei took the winner chicken dinner in Miramar as our second game. But I'm going for Kazakhstan now, because like Kazakhstan we have to remember actually like how Kazakhstan is doing yesterday, especially in Miramar. They didn't have any hesitation to like opening or initiating a war in such a open field area, because like especially like when they managed to occupy the regions or the higher ground in the terrain itself in Miramar. So there the Kazakhstan team is gonna like have a really good momentum.
I mean, I can't argue with you. The gameplay coming from Kazakhstan is so clean when it comes to Miramar. They are not intending to do an unworthy fight at the open field, which is most of the region when it comes to the Miramar, or most of the land when it comes to Miramar. But I think Kazakhstan is the evolving gameplay coming from Bahrain. When it comes to the play-ins, they intend to like playing at the high ground.
Yeah.
They got a lot of high or vision and shooting towards all the teams below them, and that's the good point coming from Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
But for Kazakhstan, they can't be so long when it comes to the high ground. They really need to adapt like what. If I'm not mistaken, Morocco did from the previous game. They need to send one player or even two if they still have 4 players to go inside the circle, then saving a good compound, a good place to play at the next one, so they are not a late team. Because when you go from top of the hill, go down below, it's so easy for all the teams shooting towards you. You can't do any counter attack. You can't do any fight with them because you're focusing with your route, and it's not easy for you. Yeah.
Exactly. Especially if the route is like really challenging, right?
Really stiff. You can
really
say,
stiff, and then whatnot, and we're gonna see the result in this second game that's gonna be take us into Miramar. But talking about Miramar and also Indonesian team, maybe we're gonna like discuss a little bit about Indonesian team. How do you feel about them in this Miramar after we saw 2 of the matches yesterday?
I mean, Indonesian teams, I guess, the problem is starting from the drop spot. That's the first point. The second one is about their exact objective. They really need to concluding an objective movement. They can't do a very free play. Because from the previous game, they are doing the free play going to the north side. But again, I really want to see their best. So without further ado, we are going to the second game of the day. Miramar, enjoy.
Let's go. This is the round number 7 and this day number 2. And we're halfway through all of the games that is going to be played in this grand final. And the flight path, though, coming from Puerto Paraíso, also towards the northern area of the map itself. And it's going to be like a pretty big challenge for all of the teams who's going to take the route into Monte Nuevo or El Pozo or even Chumacera. Because, like, yesterday in the 2 of the Miramar that we saw or we watched, actually, there's some team that is having the drop spot in Chumacera. And I'm really curious and I'm really intrigued to see, is this Miramar is going to have a western side or western area kind of first circle, or it's going to be like a centers one?
Oh, that will be very tricky, though, because a lot of teams right now already dropping down towards the eastern side of the area. And I really like about your standing point. So El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, basically all places at the western side of Miramar, this will be quite hard because, you know, every big square when it comes to a map, it's 1 kilometer. So it's kind of more than 3. And Donna, I think right now we can say that Donna is the controller of the zone because she doing right for about a lot of matches. Not only here, Severny is one of your prediction before for Angel. And okay, let's see later because right now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 strong contender, which is Turkey and also Brunei in a very close spot. But we are moving to Puerto Paraíso, a very far city from the zone itself, Morocco. Even though they are quite far, or even the farthest, the most far city right now, they still can do a lot of looting pace because they're dropping early, the earliest even from all of the teams, and Puerto Paraíso providing a high tier loot, a lot of key buildings right there. So on, or same goes with South Korea, Impala. Sorry, not Impala, but what is that? Impala, yeah, Impala is a good place for them to starting the game. So I think teams like this, they intend to have problem about their repositioning, but for loot, they are the highest one with the benefit.
Yeah, talking about Team Morocco and also Impala side that is occupied by Team South Korea now. Cannot really wait to see like which pathway is gonna be taken by Team Morocco itself, because if we remember a lot of PMPL games, a lot of teams that has a drop zone in the Puerto Paraíso tend to like having a pathway in terms of like rotation itself towards the Impala or the southern Impala, and then they gonna straight into like maybe southern La Bendita, and then straight into the circle itself, and it's gonna be like and they are gonna have a big clash between the Impala or South Korea and also Team Morocco. But looking at the drop spot and looking at this kind of circle, actually like Team Morocco can have a pathway towards the southern area of the map itself, towards Chumacera, around Chumacera. Maybe they can manage to touch down in La Drilera and around La Drilera as well. So it can be like more safe for them in terms of the rotation.
I mean, maybe our Indonesian viewers will remember how EVOS Reborn or GigFam ID doing the rotation, right?
GD as well.
Yeah, GD as well. Going from the southern part, Impala and Puerto is kind of tricky because if you just push forward, straight forward to the circle, it is so hard. You know, movement from Minas Generales, movement from Los Leones, movement from even Pecado will be a good gatekeeper towards your team. So that way, that's a good point, Donna. And I think most of the viewers, even from the other nation, knew what is the thing that we are discussing about. So southern part is a good position, but South Korea, I think they just want to go toward the circle because this is one of the point. Even though they are so risky right now, going straight forward toward the circle, but back again, 1 point for South Korea and Morocco. Morocco is they are doing the load pace faster than the others. So that way they can still doing that. But back again to one of the prediction. Kazakhstan, I think they are quite comfortable right now going for the Valle del Mar, even not only the city, but collecting all the vehicle possible. So they are quite strong. For first aid, for first aid, then a lot of good weapon, vest and helmet. I think that was a good capital to start with this game for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, with that kind of capital and with this kind of like position that they had now, they surely can be a gatekeeper that is really dangerous for all of the teams that is gonna take the southern area of the circle itself for their rotation. So yeah, the other team that is going to take that pathway is got to be really careful. But now, talking about Morocco, they are knocked down and they have their contender here, the Chinese Taipei. And it's going to be like a big clash because it seems like Chinese Taipei is really committed towards Team Morocco. 2 men down, oh not 2, but all of the men from Morocco has been eliminated.
This is the big problem I just told to the viewers. When you come from the Puerto Paraíso, going straight forward to the circle, it's not that easy. And yeah, this is why I become the analyst though. So yeah, Chinese Taipei is doing the gatekeep. It's Los Leones. It's so predictable because the open field is so hard to be passed with, especially when you do not have a good vehicle. Last time we saw the Morocco team using a minivan, and it's not a suitable vehicle when it comes to terrain like near the Los Leones area. But moving about vehicle, Indonesia, maybe it's not playing, I guess, for the first game because he's just so fast going to the lobby. But right now, collecting the first elimination for Indonesia. So a lot of fight coming on from all of the teams. Maybe want to go towards the circle, and it's not that easy because it's far from the flight path.
Yeah, but Indonesia though really need to be careful because not only they met Team Fireflux from Turkey, but around them as well, there are Team Korea that only passed by them because of the rotation for now. But South Korea, they want to take the highest point of Miramar itself, and this is a really good strategy that I can see. This is why they took a fastest rotation possible in the earlier game, so they can manage to occupy the highest ground.
I mean, that was quite unique. You know, South Korea going from Impala, it's so far from this particular point. Even Saudi Arabia from San Martin is getting slower when it comes to that position. South Korea really took the risk, and right now I think it's still good for them. Saudi Arabia, I think, will change their strategy. They're not going for that particular mountain or top of the hill. Even they are now closing to, if I'm not mistaken, this is Pecado area. Yeah, Pecado area. So sorry, San Martin is not for Saudi Arabia, but they are going or they are at the middle part of the circle, starting from the beginning. So let's see later. Jordan even already moving near the movement coming from South Korea. One of the players from Saudi, quite far from the other, SK Tone, but Buggy is so versatile. It's so easy to be worked with. I mean, it's so hard to be shot also, so good for SK Tone for a while.
Yeah, the agility is high there for the Buggy itself. And it's a really ideal vehicle to be used in this kind of terrain. But Indonesia, though, still managed to spot one man from Team Turkey. But on the other side, Jordan Ragnarok managed to take one more. This is the first elimination point for Jordan. And I think it's safe to say that that was a free elimination point because the enemy has no backup at all. And we kind of see that Pakistan forced to leave the area.
I mean, the grand final already becomes a big problem, especially for the second day to Pakistan, because, you know, when it comes to the play-ins, Pakistan is the only team who are boldly enough going to the central. But right now, Jordan and I think most of the teams realize a very important thing when it comes to shifting. So they already sent a lot of, maybe half of the players from the team to go toward the circle. So Pakistan, I think they need the objective. Same goes to Indonesia, though. They can't play freely. They just can't go inside a circle that bold. They need to learn about the behavior, the momentum or the timing from the other team. And according or depends to the situation because they're from Montenuevo. But again, back to the fight coming from Saudi Arabia, D7. The players that show the quality when it comes to the play-ins right now from the long range battle with M4 succeed to get one elimination for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but I'm really interested to talk about the hardships in terms of the zone though. But before I talk a lot about it, Team Turkey managed to take the highest point of the area itself, and they spotted the rotation, the pathway from Team Maldives. And Team Maldives, after they receiving some of the damage that Solus gave towards them, they want to set the defensive, they want to set the defense, or maybe they want to force to step back quite a bit from Turkey area. But talking about back to the circle itself, the hardship is happening right now. Crater Fields being the center of the circle for now. But El Doge,
what is that?
We have to remember that South Korea is at the highest point in the mountain of El Pozo and also Montenuevo. Around that area, and they can gatekeep a lot of teams that gonna take the way towards or into the southern area. So this is it. South Korea, like I mentioned, they met a lot of teams, one being Team Indonesia and the other one is Team Turkey.
So far, this is a good momentum for South Korea. They are having the high ground, but Turkey suddenly becomes the team who has the highest ground so far. Indonesia still with an open or the free gameplay. I don't know, they are quite split around, and this is not a good situation. It is so risky coming for them, but again, there is a risk when it comes to a fast movement like Turkey and South Korea right now. I saw a lot of players from them, even though they already have the high ground, but they don't have a good score. But for the close combat right now, maybe doing the surprise attack with a hip fire and managed to get one elimination for Team Indonesia, even though he's still at the low HP, but shot towards Solus. Wow. That was quite amazing coming from Maybe. And this is one thing when it comes to the high ground. When you try to pick towards the players below, it's easy for them, the players at the down below, to shoot towards your head because it's the only object that can be shot by your weapon.
And the head is like really causing a lot of damage. We can saw that Solus lost half the bar of the HP himself, but Turkey though with 2 men left, but we're gonna move into like another area that has a big war. Kazakhstan now taken down by Team Egypt. Only P6 now alone without any backup, and the backup is coming, but it is gonna be like a little bit too late for them because Kazakhstan only gonna play with 3 men now.
I mean, Kazakhstan, I think, quite late when it comes to the rotation. They are so close when it comes to the first circle. They are so close to the circle, they can move faster. But I think they just want to loot all the part of Valdemar itself. So right now they're being capped by a lot of team or players, but maybe doing the surprise attack before being taken down by Nate. But we are moving to the Maldives southern right now. Maldives, one of the players from his enemy, which is Iraq, already being taken down. But Mauri at the open field, still doing the healing for himself.
Oh
and
my God.
Kalaga, this is a good spot. This is a big spot, but Kalaga isn't shooting anyone from Maldives. Meanwhile, right now Maldives already regrouping. This is a hard situation for Team Iraq, just left alone. Moving so hard because the fight easily being taken down, won by Team Maldives. Meanwhile, Indonesia just knocked down one player from Saudi, but suddenly what's happened? It's so fast about the battle, so it's not only about Saudi, also Turkey helping the fight. So Indonesia need to be taken down at the 15th position.
Yeah, I think
so
the condition...
open though, so open for Indonesia.
Yeah, so open, and also look at that. Turkey being the higher ground, and also Saudi Arabia is down there. It's not gonna be like a good position to Indonesia, but yeah, well played for them. But we're gonna continue the game though, because 14 more teams here now, and Egypt versus the other team as well. Egypt now being nearby with the Team Brunei, and Team Brunei with that kind of position, they see players from Team Kazakhstan, but with this kind of distance, is not gonna be like a big commitment in terms of initiative for Team Brunei.
This is what I like about Brunei though. They already signed 2 players inside the circle, 2 others still waiting outside. There is an objection. There's an objective when it comes to the Brunei gameplay. Last 2 men still outside is doing so well for suppressing towards player 1 to go inside the circle, and in this case it is Egypt. So Brunei is still having a good condition, but Yasau being spotted, shot by player from Egypt, which is Corona, but Corona being taken down, also making Egypt right now just left with 1 player. The momentum is there. They can suppress Brunei when one of the player, which is Piazza, being taken down, but right now it just disappears. South Korea right now managed to move from the high ground, already signed 1 player to the down below, and I think this will be big. If Brunei doesn't realize 1 player near them, that will be a surprise. But coming for a surprise, Kazakhstan and Jordan will be a close combat. The head fire is still happening. 1 down from Jordan, but there is an obstacle right now. Gaga even not shooting. Lead will become the last man standing, and he's not even here. He's quite far. And Jordan, what happened today? It's so different from yesterday. It's less than 5 seconds, and all the players being taken down, sent to the lobby by Kazakhstan.
Oh my God, Jordan, it seems like a lot of confusion going on around them this past couple of days. And it's like, I think this is like the worst result for Team Jordan this past couple of days though, compared to the play-ins yesterday. But we gotta be moving on, because we already see the hardship in terms of the zone, and is gonna make a lot of team is gonna have a big battle between them. And on the other side also, Pakistan went to the little bit too fast. And we're gonna see Sri Lanka gonna keep the edge of the circle. Meanwhile, Team Maldives out there is gonna be locked down by Sri Lanka, I believe.
It is so interesting to see a strong contender like Turkey being wiped out easily. I mean, they are having the high ground. The next problem is when they want to go down below, like one of the players is so stiff about the terrain itself being knocked down. So Turkey, I don't know, they are the most favorite, I think, team right now at the grand final, because its fire flag is so strong. But we are moving to the other place, which Kazakhstan already won the fight. Right now the movie coming from Brunei Darussalam. This is the moment for Brunei. They are avoiding all the fights, going toward the circle when the fight already happened, and they are still quite good. They are still having the 4 players, even though right now they are regrouping, but it needed, because there isn't a lot of place to be played with. And look at Kazakhstan, TIQ. I think they just realized they need to control the high ground so they can suppressing towards the Brunei players, and the shooting coming. But TIQ, PSA, what a sneaky movement. He doesn't being shot by TAQ.
Yeah, he's still alive now. All of the Brunei's players still alive for now. They somehow managed to take that kind of movement, that kind of rotation successfully and touch down in the spot for them. But on the other side though, a lot of teams, a lot of players being eliminated. But what happened now for Egypt? But before we jump into or looking at the POV for Egypt, we're gonna see the big fight coming from Team Brazil, Maldives, and also I believe that was Vietnam. Yeah, Vietnam. Vietnam is gonna be like the guardian of the edge of the circle itself. If we gotta see the next circle, and it's a hardship in terms of the circle itself, it's gonna be like a challenge, a big challenge for Vietnam themselves because they need to move. But in front of them, there are strong contenders that already know the information about Team Vietnam's position.
I mean, this is classic Vietnam coming from the outer of the circle. So yeah, they're just trying to wiping out all the players, but it doesn't work that well when it comes to Vietnam. But going to the other side of the circle right now, at the western side, if I can say so, South Korea. Bro, look at your real movement. This is not only about predicting about the steep terrain, but he knows the exact movement when he wants to go towards the top of the hill. But we are moving to Ho Xuan, the players who stole the show for the first game, but being taken down. It's so thin about the tree itself, so that way you do not want to rely yourself for the obstacle when it comes to Miramar by the circle. Donna, I think you are the witch here.
Yeah.
You are the witch. It's shifting a lot towards the east, and it will give a lot of tough situation for a lot of teams. Ho Xuan being taken down, Saudi right now close combat, Chinese Taipei being wiped out with a great performance again from Saudi Arabia. 8 elimination already collected by these amazing teams.
Oh, Chinese Taipei, it seems like they have a nightmare here because in terms of the contesting itself, they are now contesting with Brunei Darussalam. Meanwhile, Brunei is still here intact, full house, full power. And yeah, talking about the shift though, this is a really hard shift situation in terms of the circle itself. But Team Vietnam is gonna have a kind of good position and also kind of good timing here to move a little bit inside to the circle itself. But South Korea though, South Korea, oh my god, that was such a confusion going on around South Korea. 2 men down from South Korea now. With 2 men left, it seems like they are really confused what is going on next.
I mean, what's going on? It's an explosion vehicle, even one of the players just jumping down from the vehicle, but back again for a close combat. Maldives with Vietnam right now. The winner of this position will have a benefit when it comes to the next circle, but look at Maldives. They are taking the aggression, but they forgot there's one angle that it is not being guarded so well. Close combat will happen Moray with the UMP, but look at the movement coming from Vietnam. It's so clean, it's so clean, but Moray is so good with the movement. But Tuanzi, the last man standing, oh my god, coming from the smoke. One player down, but Moray again safe. The day for Team Maldives. The MVP coming from the play-ins for Maldives. Really doing well, even though 1 elimination, but he makes the fight quite confused when it comes to Team Vietnam.
He's still the MVP though, especially with that kind of war versus the other strong contender, which is Team Vietnam. But we're gonna have to focus here between South Korea and also Team Brunei, because Team Brunei, it seems like a collide for them because their defensive area or their defensive situation has been messing around with Kazakhstan's as well. And it's gonna be like 2v2 situation between South Korea and also Team Brunei Darussalam. And this is Uriel tossing the grenade but doesn't really connect to the players from Brunei Darussalam. And for now, it's gonna be like a reset situation for Brunei.
I mean, like, all the teams have the eyes towards Brunei, Kazakhstan, and also South Korea because they're having the high ground. But this about what a close combat battle! What a good counter attack coming from Team Brazil. Even though they are just chilling around, they're not going for the close combat battle from the beginning because they're having the high ground, but they're still strong when it comes to the battle. Uriel, the last man standing from South Korea, can do much right now. He is on the edge of the circle, but the utility, the Molly though, isn't connected.
Run.
No, it's still not connecting towards the Brunei. And you know what? One more fact that I just got from this match. One of the players from Saudi Arabia is having the AMR links, which is my favorite sniper right now because it can penetrate the vehicle. But Maldives, sneaky beaky from the high ground, took the chance, collecting more elimination, and 7 right now is in the back for Team Maldives.
And somehow Brunei still alive with 3 men for now because one of the men is eliminated, but we gotta be really see this coming on. Big war between Brazil and also Team Maldives, but Brazil though is gonna penetrate the game or the war towards Team Saudi Arabia, and 7 is gonna open the vision and also open the fire towards the Tayo itself. Prestige managed to went away, managed to dodge the bullet away, but Dadindo still gonna hunt him down. Prestige managed to touch down under there.
Yo, I think this is the first moment our prediction going to top 4, both of us, Brunei and also Kazakhstan, but we'll see later because I think Brazil right now control the game. They have the high ground, the weapon is still there, and also a good vest, and you can hear the shot coming from Saudi, which is the AMR links, but he's just left alone, so it's not easy anymore. Brunei being through by a lot of needs coming from Team Kazakhstan, which is extra Chewy. Chewy is in a very tough spot because he needs to move. Meanwhile, the blue zone is already closed, but one of the player from Saudi being taken down. So top 3, Donna.
Yep.
Donna, our prediction is on the top 3, but Brunei being pushed right now from Team Kazakhstan. These are our prediction. One already being knocked down by the trade is Haman Teku. Is the last man standing. He wants the elimination point, and Brunei again proceeds. Not only top 3, but going to the top 2. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. But there is going to be like a big calamity for Team Brunei because they didn't have time to reset, and Team Brazil got to be taking this opportunity, big opportunity to win the winner chicken dinner. And Nunes is gonna be the frontliners from Team Brunei to see the last man standing, which is newbie from Team Brunei Darussalam, that managed to be eliminated by Team Brazil, and Brazil finally got their winner chicken dinner. Congratulations.
The representative of the South America. Again, congratulations for Brazil. Not only winner chicken dinner, but a strong performance coming from the mid game, controlling the high ground, good momentum going down below. Even they defeated one of the strong contenders, also Saudi Arabia, and collecting double-digit elimination. Donna, what is this? This is a very fun game to watch.
Yeah, exactly.
They are colliding all around, not only with weapon, the vehicle, the stiff of the hill itself. So yeah, again, congratulations for Brazil or Storm Esports.
Look at them. They're really happy about the result.
Totally
happy about the result that they got, because like this is the first time they won winner chicken dinner, and it's a big win though. And I really love how that end game they can take that kind of like opportunity, because like this is like the big opportunity, right? Because in the previous matches that we saw, especially in the group stage, a lot of teams actually like when they have that kind of opportunity to like messing around with the other teams or the other countries that just finish the big kind of war and didn't manage to take the time to heal themselves up and also to reset their situation, but they didn't take it. But Brazil finally took that momentum, took that opportunity, and win the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I just asking the question when it comes to the game, playing at the high ground. The problem is, how do you go, or how you going towards the below? Because you know, when your vehicle already being blew up, it's easy to be shot. Like South Korea, you can saw earlier, they try to go down to the surveys area, and it's so easy being taken down by Brunei. Turkey, even one of the player being knocked down by the fall damage, but Brazil managed to secure all the vehicles, secure it up until the late game, and it becomes not only about their transportation device, but also a pressure object towards all of the players. But I think all of the teams need to be quite cautious because you know what, Brunei quite dominating right now. After the chicken dinner, they're not even lowering their quality of gameplay. They are going for the top 2, so a lot of points coming for this particular team.
And not only that, Eldoga is actually like kinda, the Brunei team is actually kinda show us what they got in terms of Miramar, because like I mentioned earlier, they won the Miramar yesterday.
Oh yeah.
For Team Brunei Darussalam, and they placed second in this match. It shows us that Brunei is really like conqueror in Miramar area. They really know what they're doing, and also especially in terms of the rotation itself that we saw earlier, because like 4 vehicle, 4 men moving in towards the circle with a lot of pressure being given towards them, and they still alive. They still managed to get through all of that. That was crazy.
That was crazy. I mean, it's all about the momentum. They are not waiting it, they are creating it. You know, earlier the fight between Jordan and also Kazakhstan is the timing for Brunei to move, right? Because they know when they go towards the crater field earlier than the others, it's so hard for them to not be shot by the other teams. Especially they already do the gatekeep at that place or at that area. So I really like about that. But I think we need to give shout out towards Brazil also, because yesterday they're not at their best performance. But today, especially at Miramar, they can control it quite well. And
I really like TQ's movement and also decision though, because like he knew exactly that he is gonna die, because like a lot of damage happening towards himself though, and he, because like at the first time TQ, right? Yes, TQ is was wanting a shot or having a shot towards another players from Brunei Darussalam, and after like he receiving a lot of pressure and also damage, he moves the initiative itself and choosing to like eliminate the one man that knocked from Brunei.
You know what, Donna, what I really like about today, or even the grand final in general, mostly of the team that I knew, that I did a cast before, when it comes to a tournament like this, they do not want to give the point towards the enemy. But the mindset is different when it comes to the grand final. The teams want the elimination point. They do not think about they are giving the point, but they want the point. Even the last man standing from Kazakhstan knew he can't win the fight. He's already at the low health point. He tried to confirm the elimination. So that's why from the first game we can see no one died by the blue zone, and that's a good point, especially for us viewers, casters, because we want to see a big fight. And overall statistic 56. I think this is quite different, because you know, a really hard situation for a lot of teams, especially crater field is not that easy to be played with. So yeah, less than previous game, but still enjoy. We still enjoy to watch the fight.
Especially that we witnessed like a lot of solo crash happening in the Miramar itself. So yeah, 56 total elimination is makes sense. 163 throwable use. It shows us that this kind of terrain, like you mentioned just then, it's kind of hard for them even to set the defense.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, or to set the offense. They were busy to get away, to win away from the big fight or from the calamity that they got there. But this is the top 4 teams that coming from Brazil, Brunei, Saudi Arabia, and also Kazakhstan. That we see Kazakhstan having the most hard situation in terms of travel distance.
I mean, I can do an analytical movement coming from this statistic. When it comes to Brazil, they try so hard, man. They try so hard at the high ground. They're suppressing towards a lot of team coming towards them. Meanwhile, Kazakhstan doing the high risk, going inside the world, going toward the circle. So yeah, it's so different. And welcome Nino as the new MVP. That's a good sign. The love sign coming from Brazil. What a strong performance. This is it.
Congratulations, Nino, for becoming our MVP of the match. And as well as Team Brazil for taking down the winner chicken dinner. What a game for us.
Yeah, what a game. I mean, like, Storm is really proper when it comes to the high ground gameplay. They're storming, they are electrified. All the players down below with a good with a good place, with a good momentum, and I want to discuss a little bit about the statistic before Kazakhstan. Trying their best with the high risk, and I really like they still have that mentality when it comes to the late game. They won the elimination. Meanwhile, Brazil, it's like we discussed a lot. You have the high ground, you have the place. What you need after that is defending well, and I think Brazil did it not only well, perfectly. At Miramar.
Yeah, and the game was perfect as well. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it for Miramar. But before we jump into the next game, which is going to be taking us to Sanhok, we're going to have a short break. But before that, we're going to toss it back to our amazing host. So, Masger, take it away.
Okay, thank you once again, Dona Visca and Eldoge. So we already finished 2 rounds from Grand Final Day 2 Mobile Legends PUBG Mobile, on IESF World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So after this, we're gonna have a commercial break, but like usual, to my fellow Indonesian people over there, I would like to ask some questions. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. Artis apa yang kalau diajak pergi selalu mau? Tidak tahu? Tidak tahu? Artis apa yang kalau diajak pergi selalu mau? Uya Kuilah. After this, still on IESF 14th World Esports Championship.
Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oles Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oles Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Missing little moments, it was easy just feeling alive. 2 a.m. wide awake, talking like we had the whole night. And I don't know if I said this right. No, I don't know how the days gone by. Missing little moments, it was easy just feeling alive. Every now and again, I trace my steps back to then. I want that feeling. It's all that I need.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Apa ya? Makanan yang harganya receh tapi enaknya mantul.
Banyak pengen loh. Ini dia. Menu receh, harga receh, dijamin enaknya mantul.
Enak banget. Coba Mel.
Apapun yang kamu pengenin, di sini referensi lengkapnya.
Ada yang ngiler.
Jajan terus bareng makan receh dan enaknya mantul. Ini baru Trans 7.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. with the future in sight. Together,
awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus. Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Missing little moments, it was easy just feeling alive. 2 a.m. wide awake, talking like we had the whole night. And I don't know if I said this right. No, I don't know how the days gone by. Missing little moments, it was easy just feeling alive. Every now and again, I trace my steps back to then. Oh, I want that feeling. It's all that I needed to move on, to feel it. It's all that I needed. Searching for the moments in the endless empty inside. Bye-bye! Few late nights 'cause nobody seems to make the time. And I don't know how to do this right. No, I don't know how the years gone by. Searching for the moments I'm a little less 25. Every now and again, I trace my steps back to then. Oh, I want that feeling. It's all that I needed to move on, to feel it. It's all that I needed.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome detail. Awesome detail. Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Apa ya? Makanan yang harganya receh tapi enaknya mantul.
Banyak pengen loh, ini dia. Menu receh, harga receh, dijamin enaknya mantul.
Enak banget. Coba, Mel.
Apapun yang kamu pengenin, di sini referensi lengkapnya.
Ada yang ngiler.
Jajan terus bareng makan receh dan enaknya mantul. Ini baru Trans 7.
warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Welcome back again on IESF 14th World Esports Championship Grand Final, Day 2, PUBG Mobile, still on the hottest place in IESF Fire Stage with me, Gedeka here. And before we start the game, I would like to say thank you to our government sponsors for supporting this event. So thank you once again to Kemenparekraf, Kemenkora, Koni, NOC Indonesia, and Wonderful Indonesia. So once again, I would like to ask to you guys all over here, Fire Stage, are you ready? All right, let's hype up again. Come on, come on, come on. Before I take to the castle, our beautiful lady there, Dona Fiska and Cucu. One question, ready? 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 Satu kota di Irangel yang jadi jingle iklan sangat terkenal. Tidak ada yang tahu? Tidak ada yang tahu? Bapak terlihat pusing. Kenapa Bapak pusing? Satu kota di Irangel yang jadi jingle iklan terkenal. SMB. Semua makan. Please welcome Dona Fiska and Cucu.
Wait a minute. I am more confused now. Semua makan what? Maybe I'm not in that age level now. I don't really understand that.
I think he's on different age level
Yeah,
entirely.
yeah. But
I'm
anyway,
sorry.
I'm sorry, Masgar. I'm sorry. But anyway, welcome back to the caster desk now in the IESF 14th World Esports Championship. And we're going to jump into the third game for today with me, Dona Vizca, and alongside with me, Choo Choo. Ooh, 2 matches that we've seen today. How about the second match that you saw, Choo Choo? Is it like satisfied enough?
Not really. I'm going to be frank here.
Yeah, honestly.
I'm going to be, you know what, we're just going to drop our prediction.
Okay.
Just for the teams that are going to have our bad luck here. Good luck, have fun.
Because we're going to jinx it.
Definitely. Feels like we're doing it the entire day. Now, back to as Sunhawk. I do vote out for Vietnam, and I think I know yours as well.
It's Chinese Taipei, actually.
Yeah.
All right, go for Vietnam and also Chinese Taipei. But in terms of these two teams or countries, actually, like they did pretty well in terms of policemen, though, because they didn't went out too soon in the game.
This is the best map for them. Then we mentioned about how, Sunhawk, we do know how slow you can get, even though it's the smallest map. Funny enough, it's going to be the longest of them all. If you compare with Miramar, if you compare with the Wrangell, Sunhawk is the new Vikendi. I'm sorry to say this. But also, speaking of Sunhawk, right, we do vote out for Vietnam and Chinese Taipei for a reason. Because they are the team that love to play with the compounds.
Exactly.
Plus, they are very defensive.
Defensive, and also Vietnam as well. Like Vietnam tend to like doing a late rotation kind of thing, and also like the touchdown thing that Vietnam did is actually like they want to hop onto compound and on the edge of the circle itself. So they are not the team like go straight into the center of the circle, right?
Yeah, they're the type of team that want to evade as much as possible. You know what? We don't want to be part of your drama. We don't want to be part of your fight. And then they happen to be a very peaceful team.
Yeah,
we can agree. They are sort of a national peaceful organization.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because right now we do want to see if there's any team trying to really push their limit. We talked about an entire day here. I think Brazil started to step up as well. A lot of Bs today, like Brunei, Brazil, and who else? Who else we got B? Nothing else, right? Only 2 of them.
Talking about B, BRU and BRA, the initial of the country's name.
Rura.
Yeah, Rura, Brunei
Rura.
and Brazil. So, talking about B, is there any other B here? I think no.
I think that's it.
No. Yeah,
I think that's it. I mean, like maybe after this will be a C, Chinese Taipei. If it, according to alphabetical order, that might be it.
Yeah.
But I mean, are we
maybe.
playing this game, ABC game, ABC, right?
ABC.
ABC.
In Indonesia, it's ABC. How about Malaysia?
ABC.
Oh, ABC.
We're still normal.
Okay.
You guys are extraordinary. You guys are having it more. I mean, like, why go with the normal things? Well, go mainstream. We go ABC.
Yeah, more effort than to say ABC. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna hop onto the third game of today, Sandhawk. Even though this is like an entirely like different map, I think this is like the moment that all the teams really need to step up and really need to wake up, because this is like we already approaching a half of the day, and if they didn't manage to collect like enough point for today, tomorrow is gonna be like a hard day for them.
Yeah, it's not just half of the day, it's half of the grand finals as well.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready?
Ready
to drop into the most smallest map, Sunhawk?
Let's go! All right, so Sandhawk it is. Round number 8 in the second day of IESF 14th World Esports Championship. We're gonna see the flight path though is gonna take a cut towards Pi and Nan, and I think it's like quite a little bit in the middle area. But again and again, in terms of like what matters the most is the first circle later on. And when we see now, Team Brazil, South Korea is also, any other team is already dropping down onto their drop spot.
Yeah, but I have a feeling the flight path is a bit more towards the left side here because we're looking at the Camp Charlie right on top of flight path as well. We haven't got a clue about the circle yet. We're waiting for it to happen. Maybe we can get the glimpse about the circle.
Maybe map.
Maybe
Please.
map. We need the map view. Nope, we're just going to see Savan. Yeah, Savan, it's your day now. You're the highlighted player for the entire now.
Yeah,
We have no clue where the circle is. We have no clue how the flight path was.
I think Cave is still in the circle. No. I think it's going towards
It's 500 meters away.
Northeast. Northeast, is it?
Hello, observer.
Yeah, northwest.
Hello, observer.
Northwest, yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much. We needed this too much. But if you look at how flight path towards the left side, that's why nobody actually dropping around Camp Bravo Mong Nai. But in the meantime, though, we're looking over bootcamp. Do have a couple of contenders here.
Yeah, exactly. Indonesia now already lost one team member for now, but one man also down from Morocco because they met Saudi Arabia, especially with that DBS. Ooh, that was nasty. And in this early fight, we already lost 4 players in total. What an early engagement that is happening here.
Yep, but back to a side of, it feels like last game, honestly. There are 3 teams playing against each other and a lot of teams dropping one player too early on, starting off with a handicap. On the Saudi Arabian side, we do have SK Tan being hovered by the side of Maldives, with an AKM is in his hands just at the junction. In the meantime, back to the side of Maldives, they're not moving forward as well. I'm looking at Dami. He's right on top of the rooftop, gaining information regarding all the other positions. But back to it, our discussion behind. Never mind. The moment we want to have a discussion, they start to fight here.
But stop anyway.
Yeah, let's stop.
The fight stop anyway, and especially with such a distance between them. But we're gonna move on to the other POV as well between South Korea that has lost one man from them because of the colliding that has been happening from Brazil. One elimination point has been pocketed for Brazil, but South Korea though managed to win away from the big fight.
And this is why the reason Observer love Team Brazil just now, Savan, because they know for a fact they're trying to start a fight early on top of docks. But the ones actually swimming, we do have coming up from the Moroccan team of a 1 million player, Lazy Boy, happy to be crossing by the bridge from beneath. Mori is joining him from behind. We have SK Tan finally taking down on Muff from afar. But the question is, can they eliminate it entirely and just convey it to 1 point based on distance? You know what? It's answered. Yep, SK Tan did manage to secure that one.
Yep. Eventually, the Team Maldives though has already their awareness for now. And I don't see any a full commitment in terms of the engagement of war between Team Maldives and also Saudi Arabia. Both Dami and also SK Tone is gonna continue their timing to loot in this early stage though, because it's quite impossible for you to have a big fight coming 4v4 or 3v3 situation with that kind of loot or that kind of weapon. But on the other side, still around Docks area, Brazil, Nunes himself got a compound, but he need to be careful because Uriel is there.
Yep. I think it's Nunes, but I don't know. Is it Nunes, really? I call
think
him
it's
Nunes.
E.
I think it's...
Oh, Nunes.
Yeah, I usually call him Nunes, so...
Okay.
I mean, he can do both, I guess. Nunes wouldn't mind, don't
We'll
he?
ask him later.
I wish we have an interview with him later on.
Yeah.
Back towards the side of Math Boy coming up from the South Korean team with their QBs in his hands. They are scouting out to a side of Brazil team. Is happening to be in rampage mode right now. Already gone at 1 point each. For, I think, the Korean side, not so much yet. So nothing on their side. And they are struggling since they're starting with 3 players. For the Brazil side, they try to out-corner Korean team, but they have sort of the same mindset because the South Korean team doing the same spot and same sort of rotation as well. Docks will be a bit of a, I say, stalemate for now, since both teams are not moving as much.
Yeah, but Brazil seems like to initiate a moving out condition bit by a bit, but on the Painan area around them is actually there's Sri Lanka and also Indonesia up there. This is actually a good spot for Indonesia if they want to lock down the players from Sri Lanka, because maybe's position is actually can have a very clear vision towards 3 of the men. But on the other side, I believe that I saw some names popped up in the elimination fit.
But just now you mentioned about Indonesian team. The problem is they don't have enough men. No, never mind. It's going to be Dardin. Take it down on the quarantine math boy on the ground. Bleeding out on his knees. Finish off straight away by Dardin straight in the face. Nunes on the other hand going to go after Big Star who's bleeding out at the moment. Korean team down left with only one last player who has to carry the responsibility to make sure they survive till the end.
Yeah, it was such a fake move out that made by Brazil team or Brazil country back then, and South Korea then they have to face what they have to coast for now. But on the other side, there are two other strong contenders here. Egypt is gonna have a big war between them, and also Team Jordan. Jordan has already have their spot, already have their position. Compound as well. Gaga is going to be occupying one of the compound to open up the vision towards the Team Egypt far away there.
Gaga spotted out. The rest of the teams on the other end. In Egypt, they want to fight it. They don't want to be overcommitting. Know what at stake. It's too much at stake. It's not just about the prize pool. It's not just about this match. It's about how to get back in the feet, on their feet by tomorrow, and it's all about the pride of a nation as well. Yeah. So Egypt, it's good for them to disengage and avoid any fight too soon or unnecessary ones on top of ruins right now. Whilst for the side of Paradise Resort, I'm surprised. Why is there no contender when it comes to Paradise Resort?
Yeah, actually, maybe because we don't see any Senegal in this grand final, because of the contender in the Paradise Resort is actually Senegal.
Oh, we miss them now.
Yeah, we miss them actually. Like a lot of teams is missing now, and also bootcamp area only occupied by Team Brunei now. And with this kind of circle, they can wait there for long actually, and wait for the zone shifted towards which area in the map itself. And with that kind of position inside of the bootcamp, they can manage to gather so much information in terms of regarding the rotation from the other teams.
Now, for the Brunei team, the only map that they haven't conquered or they haven't got themselves chicken is going to be Sunhawk.
Yeah.
And will this Sunhawk be the one that they're proving themselves? They are well adapting to. They are so flexible and versatile when it comes to all three maps. They got themselves quite a number of Miramar in the first day. Today has been a lot of Erangel days for them. It depends on the next one, though. No Miramar map for today for the Brunei team, but they're really performing such just a brilliant performance. On the side of Brazil, well, we do have visitors in cave. It's kind of a rare sight to have this sort of a camera view in the cave. It's not many visitors always. But so far, like we mentioned earlier, Donna, before we even start the match, it feels like it's going to be a very calm and a bit slower pace of a match.
Yes, even though like we saw or we witnessed some of the elimination that has been happening earlier, but there are none a big commitment in terms of the big fights going on for now. But both Egypt and also Jordan for now is actually like still meeting each other up. With Ardor is gonna, oh no, he is not gonna open the fire because Leith managed to touch down behind the rock and save himself up. But we're gonna see the shift in terms of the zone is gonna be towards the A main island area.
It's going to become Alpha again, just how he was yesterday. It feels like a deja vu now. Back to sort of Arthur, with Egypt side, just keep the pressure onto a side of Jordan. Now, this is surprising of how we saw Jordan in the play-ins and Jordan in the grand final. It just feels like two different teams now.
Yeah, especially like only a couple of days different between them. But now IESF has been eliminated by Team Jordan, and it's gonna open the war between Jordan and also Egypt, and also like minimizing the defensive that Egypt has. But still, Jordan and also Egypt is gonna have a very long stalemate here.
Gaga cooking up the nade. Smokes in between just to make sure he covers himself to cook up and toss around the hand grenade just now on the side of Jordan. Again, they try to pressure and push forward at the same time. But what I worry for them right now, they've been tossing utilities without knowing what its costs. It's supposed to be very valuable for them, but you're just wasting it away and their resources aren't that much. So they have to be extra careful about how much expenses they want to spend pushing forward towards something that's not even confirmed.
Yeah, and it's too long, I believe, because with this kind of shift that is happening in the second circle, it's quite possibly that some of the countries is gonna cross the ruins area to go moving towards the circle. So if there is any backstabber to Jordan and also Egypt area, it's gonna be a big trouble for them. And maybe before we witness that kind of movement, it's gonna be like a big trouble, isn't it, for Saudi Arabia, because they want to occupy one of the compound here.
Oh, well, hello and welcome to the House of Maldives. It's going to be Saudi knocking on their door, and Toxin managed to counterfire to the side of Dami. As Keitan getting on one more. Toxin on the ground bleeding out. Prestige, here comes the man. He tries to do all the work by himself with the DBS already. Now, just knock the door, go ahead and going in. Oh, Press, this is the wrong room entirely. But here comes, hello! What? Prestige, surprised by the fire just now. Straight away stepping up, but that one DBS.
Prestige, you almost go out of the game with that kind of movement. Almost missed the shot, and he still managed to dodge away the bullet from Team Maldives. But after that kind of war, Team Vietnam still outside of the island itself. Team Vietnam is like the conqueror of A island, I believe, and they watch out the B island area for now. And yeah, we'll only gather some information for them regarding the rotation that the other teams is gonna take.
Yeah, we can see what you did there, Tuanzi. We know you tried. You tried to steal away whatever you can, but it's just too far off. Nice effort coming out from Vietnam, keeping the pressure on towards the other side. On Indonesia, Zan is not so great either. Now, they lost one man again quite early. They're having sort of a lost compass, or a broken compass, if you ask me, for some teams. Now, right now, we do see a couple of team examples here, like Indonesian team, Sri Lanka. And even at this point, I have a feeling that like Pakistan feels like they have a broken compass to work with. They have no clue where to navigate themselves, have not an objective that's kind of confirmed to work things through. But back towards the side of Ragnarok, oh, the circle just pops again. It comprises all three islands, but I have a feeling it might be ended up on Chem Alpha again. Yeah. Just like how yesterday, it will repeat itself by today. The side of Turkey, we have Lutz and Solus. Soke is still around there, the corner, but Saudi Arabia have their eyes onto its Turkish team.
Yeah, but finally we got to see the names pops out by between Egypt and also Team Jordan in the elimination fit for now. But for now, they need to be extra careful because the Team Indonesian that moving out from Painan is gonna approaching the southern area of the zone itself. But Irakdo is opening up their fire towards Team Turkey. But Team Turkey managed to take one more man down. Team Turkey, with that such of a distance, they can knock that player down.
Yep. It's just... all they need to do is just a bit of a push now for the side of Turkey. But how do they cross this bridge? This is going to be a choking point for them. They'll be paying the death toll. It's going to be a heavy and an expensive one. Lutz spotted out Iraq. They managed to shot them down, definitely, Donna. But the thing, how can they just finish it off? Yeah. Because it's still the third phase of the blue zone. It's just going to deduct like 0.8 or 0.6% HP per second. They still have time and space to heal up, but the problem is, do they have enough healing utilities when it comes to Sunhawk? We do know we are expecting also like a healing game coming up from some teams. Solke spotted out, Volt on top of that hill. But where are the others? They are gatekeeping this, denying the entry towards the side of a safe zone. They got Volt. It was a crispy move coming out from Solke. What a nice opening for the side of a Turkish team. But the problem is they couldn't stay here too long. This is a lose-lose situation for both teams.
Oh my god, but the other side, the southern area of the circle itself may be backstabbed by Team Brazil after Team Indonesia tries to backstab Team Jordan and also Team Egypt. It's not going to be a good situation from Team Indonesia because they only left with one more man, also with Leo Mort for now.
Leo Mort trying to just navigate himself away from this crossfire and getting into a better placement or a better position to work things around, to just reassess the situation. But now Indonesia left with only this one player. Can Leomor stand this? Gaga going in for the kill, but can he defend himself or even clutch at this point for Leomor? Disawi spotted out the Brazilian players as well. They are marching towards the side of Jordan. They are crossing the road. We do have Nunes on the other end. This is the perfect off angle for the side of Brazil, taking the guard off from the side of Jordan. They would not have expected this. Oh, Nunes, you're a brilliant guy.
Yeah, but it's gonna be like the higher awareness for Team Jordan in terms of Team Brazil position. But Team Brazil is gonna be colliding towards Team Jordan area, but Jordan moved back quite a bit to dodge all of the bullets, but cannot. Late is down for now. Only left with 2 men for now for Jordan. Not only 2, but for now, only Asawi is gonna try really hard to take things out for Team Brazil. Can he do it now?
You have Pakistan team hovering around this area as well. In the circle, hard shift again. The only team up there is going to be Chinese Taipei, already conquering the entire circle by themselves, just vacant all over of the circle. Back to sort of Brazil, they will feel like, no, it's not worth committing too much here. It's going to be the other side of the island. They need to cross over. So Brazil players are not wasting any more time to commit to this fight and not extending their stay anymore. On the side of Jordan team, though, they need to reset and they don't have that much time. We're talking about less than a minute, less than 30 seconds to have a go. Like it or not, they have to take their advancement right now. We do have one more team finished off, down to 14 in the fourth circle.
Which is Iraq, down by Turkey for now, but Turkey only left with 2 men, and they are not in a good situation because they are battling up outside the zone itself. But Team Indonesia, with 1 man only remaining, which is Leo Mort, he gotta be careful, but that's it. That's what I mean, because Sri Lanka is behind Leo Mort himself and can backstab him. But Brazil, though, Brazil in their pathway towards the circle, they met Team Egypt, and Egypt managed to take 1 man down.
The problem for these teams right now in the low island is going to be how to cross over, because right now, yes, they seems like fighting against each other, but the moment they are crossing that bridge, it's going to be another choke point to deal with. On Bruneian side, newbies and the rest of them still having 4 men well in life. We do have a visitor coming up from the Pakistan team across them. It's going to be pain and fast, spreading out with this sort of a strategy and this sort of an angle. But the Bruneians are not going this alone. They're moving as a 4 in unison, synchronizing their movement. On Pharaoh, he's trying to just keep the pressure on, not letting them cross over. He's the one who holds this angle to make sure the team coming up from Brunei cannot pass, and you shall not pass. That's going to be Shako down on the ground. The entry fragger. Newbie tried to counter it, but can they still make it through into the safe circle?
But thankfully, though, for Brunei, they still got a compound, they still get a house, and also still got the lower ground, a tree also, to manage to revive all of the team members that has been knocked down. And just like that, Team Brunei is back on track with 4 members, with 4 teams, and also gonna be clearing up all of the players from Team Pakistan for now. But Team Pakistan with Olivas has a clear shot towards 2 of the members of Team Brunei. But Team Brunei, thankfully, they still got a big rock to be hiding out.
Now that rock won't last that long because we have the Chinese Taipei from behind. It's going to be it. It's going to be the falling off. The Brunei team, newbies left to the only person left to actually carry out the entire team. We have so many teams in the blues, and wait, what?
Yeah.
How is this happening?
Almost all of them.
Is this like the entire map is like blue zone already? Only 3 3 teams in the season. It's going to be Korea, Chinese Taipei, and Vietnam. All the others is blinking with the blueness. What is going on? They taking too long for the fights there.
Yeah, but Chuchu, only Vietnam, Chinese Taipei, and also South Korea is inside the blue zone. The team that we discussed is gonna have a late rotation and gonna battling up in the blue zone, but they are the one who inside of that. But Brunei though managed to take the last man standing from Team Pakistan, and just like that, we're down with only 10 teams now.
That 10 teams, I mean, half of it is still the loser. But back to us, Axa spotted out. What a nice angle now. Coming up from Kazakhstan, finish off one of the players coming up from Brazil. Down to the one member of Brazil who just got themselves the last chicken dinner. Hong coming up from Chinese Taipei. Now this is where they shine most for Chinese Taipei and Vietnam.
Yeah.
But it's Sawi coming up on the other end. It's going to be Chinese Taipei versus Vietnam.
Oh my God.
We are enemies right now, Donna.
Oh my God, Chuchu, but Chinese Taipei managed to take one more man down from Team Vietnam. Vietnam is not a really good situation down there, especially one man eliminated out of the game, and also Chinese Taipei with that kind of information, they spread away. They have a split position for now to search for the other team members from Vietnam.
Oh, this terrain itself already hard to play along. Now, if you're not inside here, if you haven't got the climb yet, there's going to be a big, big problem. Kazakhstan slowly approaching, but the blue zone won't make it easier anyways. So how would they hike if there's a place with the blue zone coverage most of it? So the other teams are still not climbing up. They will have to face the, you know what, the anger of the teams are actually right on top. We do have back-to-back teams being eliminated, down to 6 teams there. We have the Brunei now marching to a set of Chinese Taipei. Tang Fu waited for this for the longest time. He's going to take care of this angle and just stop Brunei from advance forward. We're down to 5 with Korean already finished off. Shako is back on his feet and taking on Tang Fu, while Kazakhstan is fighting Chinese Taipei.
Oh my God, Chinese Taipei have to face 2 teams in the same time for now. One being Team Brunei and also Kazakhstan back there, but Chinese Taipei with that kind of defensive, they are not strong enough to face Kazakhstan. But one more trade knock has been happening towards Team Chinese Taipei and also Kazakhstan, but Huo Xuan is the last man standing, cannot take it anymore as he eliminated out of the game.
Back to it, down to 4. It's a 3v2, v1v1 Jordan versus maybe Egypt. On the back end, it's going to be one single player. Chronic just too far. I have a feeling he might actually play the healing game here. On Jordan, that's one player left. I'm not sure who's the one person. Isawi there is, but I'm not sure how many healing utilities they have left. Shako only 2 first aids, while the Kazakhstan do have all 4. Feels like the odds are with Kazakhstan this time. They got themselves the vintage point. The most important, the paramount position, they got themselves right on top of this hill, and they are taking dominance over it. This is their territory. While the Brunei's trying to actually force them down, but Newbie and Shako, there's not much they can do. How many healing first aids they have left for Jordan? Egypt? Never mind. Funded out by Axa, that's going down to 3. As the Saudi next one down to 2. 4v2. Newbie and Shako versus the entire world of Kazakhstan.
Oh my God, again and again and again, Brunei Darussalam managed to get into the latest war, the latest game here with 2 members and also Newbie trying to cook the grenade. Is it gonna be like a perfect grenade? But not too perfect. Newbie down and Team Brunei only left with 1 man remaining. Shako there.
And it's gonna be feels like Kazakhstan. Shako can't actually clutch it. I mean, if he does, might as well just give him the title of the entire tournament if he can actually do that. But congratulations to Kazakhstan. Now they've been quiet the entire tournament. Finally looking over, they got themselves this chicken and sunhawk. I voted for them earlier today, but they're a bit too late to show up.
We voted for them in Miramar actually, right? Because like they are strong in Miramar actually, but they didn't or never had the chance to win the winner chicken dinner in Miramar. But in terms of winner chicken dinner, they finally got it in Sandhawk. A whole totally different kind of map to play for Kazakhstan itself. But once again, congratulations Kazakhstan for taking out the winner chicken dinner. But Brunei, though, once again, they play second in this game.
They're very consistent. I have to say, the most consistent team.
Yeah, actually.
Right now in the World Esports Championship.
For 2 days, the whole 2 days.
They're definitely number one spot right now. There's nothing to deny that. And every single map, there's always in the top 5. So hard to see them dropping out quite early now. Don't jinx that. Hopefully it's not going to happen.
Hopefully not. But it is like impressive kind of like situation for Team Brunei. Though we have to remember that they only play with 2 members only from the middle of the game.
It's
and
3 in the start.
And 3 in the starts, down 1, and also 2 for them to move into like the alpha area, and they managed to get into the alpha area, even though there is actually like Chinese Taipei is the conqueror of alpha area, and Chinese Taipei is down.
You know what? This is something that I have a big question mark in my head right now. The same happened yesterday as well for Vietnam and both Chinese Taipei, especially when it comes to Chinese Taipei. They always got the advantage of a circle where it's like the most crucial timing. I'm talking about not the first circle, I'm talking about maybe the third and fourth circle. They always got themselves in a nice position as always. But when it comes to defending it before all the other teams migrating into the circle, they're just having a hard time to gatekeep, or they didn't even bother to do so.
Yeah.
They should have done that, because we saw it earlier today. Saudi Arabia, they got themselves in the best position possible where nobody else is there. But they are taking the advantage by farming the elimination. They are not doing that from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, but well, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. 11 elimination point has been collected by Kazakhstan. But talking about Team Chinese Taipei again, because like the downfall, the time when the Chinese Taipei has been eliminated is actually like because they were pinched or sandwiched by 2 different teams. One's being Brunei, and also the other one is Kazakhstan, and they didn't really like commit to make a war towards one team only instead of like splitting their way or they attack.
That's the thing that you know what, I'm not angry. I'm just a bit frustrated because how much they can offer on the table.
Actually,
they're not putting everything out, because we want to see them like they already got the domination of the island. They got everything under the conditions. All they need to do is just hold certain angle by themselves. They have to be. Why they're so hesitant regarding their own firepower? They can actually do it. It's not that hard. I mean, like, they let themselves being pinched or being sandwiched in the first place. But at least today, we still got quite a number of eliminations, at least not 40-ish.
Yeah.
It's going to be 56. So some players, a lot of teams in the blue zone. There's so many teams in the blue zone just now.
I was so surprised as well.
I thought something's broken on the screen, honestly.
I think it was a glitch, actually, with the blue zone itself, but not. But yeah, that was classic Sandhawk, especially in terms of like the shift in terms of the circle itself and in terms of the rotation that the teams has played. But 85 throw use is kind of low, actually.
Too low.
Too low, not even like 100. But top 4 teams, Brunei, actually like this is a glitch. Obviously, in terms of the travel distance.
It's always them.
Yeah, it's always them. Why, Brunei?
I mean, like, as long as they didn't get their own PMPL, maybe it's going to be 0 all the time. Until they got 1.
Oh, yeah. Please PMPL for Brunei.
Yes, we needed that, because it just shows, even though they are not being exposed to the Pro League, look at how good they are here in the IESF right now. Imagine they've been given the opportunity to play in the Worlds or in the PMGC stage. I have to say that it's going to be really awesome.
Yeah, and maybe they are, or Brunei is going to be like one of the strongest country to be really in the Pro League itself. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Our MVP of the match, SK Ton from Saudi Arabia, has been pocketed 4 total elimination point, 700-ish total damage, almost 800 now. Heals on par with the damage itself, and also average survival time on 20 minutes-ish.
It's Sandhawk.
It's Sandhawk.
I expect heals to be thousands and thousands of it. The most I've seen is like maybe 20,000 for healing.
In MYSG?
Sandhawk.
MYSG PMPL?
I think it was in PMPL, but I forgot which one is it.
Ah,
It was in PMPL, but which region of PMPL and which division, I forgot about it. But here
Indonesia.
comes.
I think Indonesia.
and maybe C, right?
Yeah.
Maybe C. But here comes what's most
Oh my
important, what the
God.
players are fighting for. Look at the gap. The Brunei's managed to break the triple digit finally with 1-2-4. Kazakhstan falling very closely behind at 97. Saudi Arabia also just 5-point different at third place with 92. But the one at the bottom, Sri Lanka and Indonesia.
Oh my gosh, Sri Lanka, Indonesia only got themselves like 20-ish something total points. Is not that great, especially like after 8, I believe it's 8, yeah, 8 matches that has been happening that they played. It's not a good total points though, but yeah, the spotlight has been towards Brunei all over again. 27 gap points between Brunei and also Kazakhstan for now. But 27 is actually not too big, especially if the team below Team Brunei itself can manage to take the winner chicken dinner with a double-digit elimination point.
I mean, like, they can be taken down by Kazakhstan, but
Actually.
provided the fact they have to be the first one to be out.
Yeah.
Because if Brunei, it's so hard for us to see Team Brunei being eliminated early.
Yeah.
So, is that possible even in this sort of circumstances? Because why? It's always they're gonna get points either way for the side of Brunei team. So the moment they try to catch up, Kazakhstan try to catch up, even though they got quite a number of eliminations. It feels like still not able to cut them off because the Brunei still they always got top 5, Donna.
Yeah.
We never see that they went out earlier than that,
Yeah.
except for the play-ins.
Yeah, they like still actually like always manage to get out from the war, and also at least they left with 2 or not 1 player remaining, and they managed to like stay on the game until late. So yeah, the survival ability from Team Brunei is up there, top notch.
Yeah, I mean, look at how they position themselves. Even though it's like they've been pressured, it's so critical and they've been cornered. They know exactly where to go, and that's something that not every single player have. It's something so rare. It's sort of a talent as well to have very calm manner to actually decide what to do next. But the thing is, I miss Laith from Jordan.
Yeah,
I
actually,
miss
yeah.
Laith from Jordan.
Yeah, actually, because like late stole the spotlight actually like in the group
Second day, I
stage.
think. Yeah, in the second day, I think.
Yeah, and also like we always see late in every game, but not in this grand final. Actually, what happened with the team?
I don't know, the entire Jordan team being left behind. We can't even see. Their presence is not strong anymore. It feels like they are struggling when it comes to the grand finals. Maybe one of the reasons they dropped a spot earlier in the play-ins being snatched away by one of the teams in the grand final teams. 5 teams are adding into the pool of 16 teams in total, making it so hard for them to readjust where to drop or a different compound, adapting to a different compound and marking the territory entirely.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So yeah, that's it for the Sandhawk itself as the third game of today. And I believe we're gonna jump into the next game just like for quite a bit, because like we still waiting for the game itself to be ready actually. Yes,
Okay.
and we're gonna see Rangel once again.
Okay, since we have so much time to talk right now, finally, I want to ask you, based on today's performance, right, based on the past 2 days, grand finals only, not play-ins. We put aside play-ins because play-ins seems like a different, obsolete thing entirely. It doesn't matter. Based on the past 1.5 day here, who do you think that might have the biggest chance and biggest shot at getting the top 3?
Top 3?
Because only top 3 get prize pool anyway.
Actually, yes. I actually like, I don't have enough courage to say who's gonna be in top 3, because like
say it in their face.
Actually,
Say it in the player's face so they know they need to push more.
Actually, Chuchu, because like I jinxed this kind of thing in the PMGC week number 2nd or week
Second week,
HVVP.
the green group?
HVVP in week
Green
2nd.
group, yeah.
Yeah,
the green group,
group,
second
yeah.
week, yeah.
Yeah, I said that HVVP is actually gonna like qualify to the grand final.
You
But
said too
then-
early. You
yeah.
said too early.
No, I said it in the last day, but they started to like falling down eventually. So yeah, I'm not.
Don't worry, Donna. Nobody gonna bash you for it.
But
It's
I'm
not
gonna
your
say,
fault.
but I'm gonna Well, I'm gonna say Brunei is one of them.
I just hope you don't say that again. I mean, like, oh, Brunei, be careful. Now you have to be more prepared because right now we need to prepare ourselves for the next match as well. But before that, before we heading back to Iranga, we're gonna just take a quick break and a toilet break or even snack break. But see you guys in a couple of minutes.
Stay tuned.
Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus. Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali. pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're heading out second day, halfway through. I'm Chuchu. This is gonna be our beloved, adorable Sir Doggy.
Hello, Doggy here to accompany you guys towards the last 2 games for the second day. So, interesting, son. It's not about Vietnam gameplay
Really
again.
interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of boring at the beginning, but
Yeah, he's being frank.
but at the late game is so amazing to watching gameplay coming from Kazakhstan. But like I discussed with Don, I think all the teams need to be cautious enough because Brunei Darussalam, 3 games not outing the position out from the top 3. Even the first game is the winner chicken dinner for them.
I mean, like right now, they are the only team with a triple digit. You can't deny how much big of a statement they're putting up there. And the one actually following up behind, following pursuit, it's going to be Kazakhstan. But if you compare with all the other teams out there, they're definitely having the most best performance of overall and rounded up. But here we go again. Let's just give the team some bad luck.
Ooh, another caster jinx, you see? Yeah.
As always.
So yeah, the prediction for me, I predict Iraq will play well in this Evangel. Because, you know, they are so aggressive. I think they just lost their momentum. They just lost their composure. Because from the previous Evangel, they managed to go to the late game. But when it comes to executing the late game gameplay, they failed with that. So I hope Iraq will show us again their best for this Evangel.
For me, it's going to be Brunei. I tell you why. If they're that powerful,
yeah,
they can fight the curse and they can fight the jinx from my mouth. I believe they are that powerful, so come on, Brunei. Fight the jinx of the caster's curse here on our desk and show us what you made of. Just to justify myself.
Yeah. Because if Brunei, like you mentioned, they are just strong enough, I think, yeah. even our jinx, it doesn't happen to Brunei. I mean, 3 games with a style performance that was just amazing. And for you guys at home, do not forget, again, I'm in Chen, to support your nation, to support the team that you think is the best, because it is about time to see who will be the champion. Today, it's only left with 2 games. Tomorrow, another 5 games. So, in total, it's just 7 games left to the champion, to determine who will become the champion.
That's kind of true. It's down to the edge here. We're talking about all the teams. Only top 3 will get away with the prize pool. That's going to be the worst part of it, because the others will be devastated the fact that they can't actually go. At least they get to experience Bali.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Merusaga is a good hotel. All things in here, impact. You can do the swimming, play the volleyball, amazing beach.
Did you try to play the volleyball?
No. I can't fight with the foreigners. They're too tall for me. So yeah, without further ado, we're going to the Evangel, the second one, which is the last Evangel for today. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what? As esports player, it's kind of usually kind of a stereotypical mind that we have. It's going to be players love to stay indoors.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not going to deny that for now because I feel like staying indoors. The heat here is really on the different level, just how the players are right now.
Yeah, you do not want to play with heat in Bali, especially at the middle of the noon. So, yeah, it's good fire stage is indoor, even though the name is fire, but it's hotter outside,
So
especially for the earth stage.
So we can just assume everybody who actually be in Bali during midday, they will be like esports players, just staying indoors.
Oh,
and play their games.
they intend to use our lifestyle, you know, become an indoor person. So it's safer because...
Being idolized in the midday.
just the midday. But yeah, back to the game again, the flight path. It's a wonderful one. It's a beautiful one. Everyone can go towards what they want. Just do not forget about the vehicle. You need it like we watch right now at the small screen. Kazakhstan already collected one of the view of the vehicles, even though it's still the Coupe RB, but Kazakhstan.
What
the
kind
circle.
of circle is this?
This is quite interesting, not only in terms of circle, but besides Vietnam.
My God, is this even happening?
Yeah.
This is my first time ever of my entire career in PUBG Mobile to have a right-sided south circle. Ever. I never get to see the circle.
You never got to see the circle.
Okay, I fine. Sometimes we get the southern part, but wait, Rock versus Hazen. It's just too much for him to handle. It's just very dominating to the side of Iraq. They definitely dominate the entire apartment here. And not many players coming from Sri Lanka to help Hazen just
Yeah, it's almost my jinx happened because one of the players from Iraq were being knocked down. But yeah, fortunately for the other teammates helping so fast. One thing I want to discuss earlier. So usually when it comes to the grand final in Rangel, especially the Sultan of Thailand, only occupied by one team, which is Vietnam. But right now, two more teams, which is Chinese Taipei and also Pakistan, if I'm not mistaken, they also dropping down at the Sultan of Thailand. So it's kind of unique. The second day, a lot of things change.
I mean, like, I'm not surprised when it comes to Chinese Taipei and Vietnam, honestly. But Pakistan, yes, because they used to be a team that really full of aggression. But back to the side of Iraq, they're really nitpicking every fight they can. Everything that moves, they're going to shoot, even though it's a VSS. I used to love VSS a lot. But for the side of Reva, he's a bit disappointed. He couldn't actually get that. Everything connects with that taps just now. Switching over to a DP28. I have a feeling he really wants to find himself an M416. But you know what? The DCI is in more than enough. Hey, why did he take the vehicle just now? I mean, like where he made a big U-turn.
That's a big question. I think they're just cautious enough because, you know, South Korean players are only spotted by only two, so they do not know the others two. So I think they want just do the regrouping.
You look at my face right now.
Yeah. So it's kind of hard for them. But Indonesia right now moved to Lipovka, one of the other team, which is Egypt, going towards their place, and this is not a good start because, you know, Indonesia, at least they need a good a good game, because if they want to back to the track, back to the achieving more when it comes to the IESF, they need it. Because for an average, I think an Indonesian team doesn't achieve for more than 8 points a game, even lower than that. So they really need this game. They have Lipovka. There's no big contender because Egypt just arrived. So let's see how they will play.
You know what? I get it if they're walking on thin ice and being extra cautious about something, but being paranoid is a different level. Now, that's going to be a losing one if you're actually too paranoid about trying to get vehicles and whatsoever. They should have taken the vehicle just now. But for Indonesian side, I agree. They need to actually really try to do something new. Since everything happens to be broken for them, they need to figure out how to adjust within just small amount of time. We're talking about over a day right now. They still have not even improved a tiny bit. It's like the points that they gain within this past 2 days is just too minute to actually give it an impact for the overall rankings. Kazakhstan, on the other hand, though, they're really quite aggressive today. They have been under a lot of spotlight. But for Vietnam, now this is going to be one of the teams that, you know what, they have been in the PUBG Mobile scene the longest, one of the longest, but also the same player. Some of them still the same player. But it's just, why is it so hard for them to actually have it a go when it comes to the World Esports Championship?
That's interesting. When it comes to Eagle and Vietnam as a nation, I totally agree with that. But again, maybe because a lot of expectation, that's the first point. The second one is lesser information about the other nation, the other team. So maybe that's two main factor when it comes to Vietnam. They can't perform well because when we saw at the first day, they got the winner chicken dinner. Even at play-ins, they played quite well, but they're not dominating. They're ups and downs when it comes to the performance. So
okay, fine. I'm going to cut you off there halfway because why? If you're saying that because of they don't have information regarding all different nations and countries, then what do you have to say about Brunei? They're not even in PMPL. They don't even have invitation towards PMPL. But look at how well they performed. They even outplayed the grand finalists for PMGC. That's just how good they are.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so good. And I think when it comes to the next, of my opinion, can be their treatment to adapt about this particular match. Because, you know, Brunei, even though they start the day so well when it comes to the play-ins, they also have their downfall. I mean, for the second day, I think Brunei not performing really well. They even making a far gap toward the Saudi Arabia, which is their arch nemesis when it comes to the first day. So yeah, I think the treatment, how to adapt well, Brunei did it pretty well to this IESF itself. But coming for the rotation, I think Pakistan doing it really fast. Even they are not collecting a lot of good loots, especially for them to survive up until the late game. Because, you know, Chinese Taipei right now shooting towards all the players from Pakistan. Forward vehicle is good, but where is the exact location Pakistan want to go right now?
I don't know. The thing about some teams, I have a feeling they are a bit too civilized. Because why they keep using the road there.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like, it's good to be a lawful
civilized.
Citizen. It's good to be a very good citizen, but not in this round right now, where there's so many eyes watching on top of that bridge to cut across on the right side of Sonovska military base. On Korean, we do have Will marching towards a military base as well. Will it be a junkyard of the plane crash that we have in SMB or not? We have to wait and see, depending on the circle shifts towards it or not. But we do have some teams already inside of a blue zone. Turkey and also coming up Morocco. Both teams in the PMGC levels already taking the blue zone quite early on. So I have a feeling that they realize, you know what, we're quite too far from the circle.
Oh yeah.
Might just as well take our own time to loot up.
Yeah, I think that's the good one, and that's the precise opinion, because, you know, Turkey is going from Georgia Pole, so they need to collecting a lot of loot, because when they want to go toward the circle, there's a huge percentage coming from the other team due the gatekeep. But speaking of gatekeep, South Korea right now need to do a regroup, because, you know, Maldives, all of the players already at the particular place, and this will be big because for on-board situation without losing any manpower and starting a good war inside the circle. So Maori going outside need to find some good position, I guess, and the nade coming from Will, connected towards the player from Maldives, but a threat happened. Marie, again, the savior, the MVP of playing from Maldives, but the movement coming from South Korea is just so fast. Toxin still shooting, but Toxin going again inside the compound, because one of the players from South Korea is there, but another shot happened, so the threat still happened. 3-on-3 situation right now between South Korea and Maldives.
Mano to mano, left with only Big Star versus side of Addy. Here comes both of them reviving their own teammates. But can they have it another go with a short amount of time? Big Star cooking up the nade already. Addy, he managed to get away with it. Mav Boy, he might actually execute his own teammate there. I don't think that's a good start. Back to the side of Will. Shredded almost. He got Mori. Left with only Addy. Now Will trying to find around the corners. Addy, can he still save Math? But at the same time, we're looking at Big Star and Math Boy bleeding now. Big Star wants to help his mate so much. Hoping to get a different corner entirely. Now here comes a revival. Math and also Addy will get a bit of a reset. It's back 2v2 here. Europe being revived as well. Maldives, this is not great number for them. Addy, ring around the Rosie, got in the window pane, and Addy going for more. He equal out the odds with the Thompson there. Taking on Addy, tried to take down onto a side of Korean team. Big Star spotted out, but Addy, he needs to get out from here.
Oh my God!
What a nice jump just now! That was a bold move. Valiant effort from Maldives.
That was a very bold movement, even though another knockdown happened, but they failed to manage locate one more player from South Korea, and that's a big result, a big win for South Korea. Not only about the fourth elimination, but the loot rate, because they are not prepared enough for the late game. But moving to the other place, Iraq right now. Kalaga, classic one with Mini 14 still shooting towards the players from Jordan. Even Iraq not only spotting 1 point towards the Jordan, but they have another angle. And Jordan, I think they need to move away, move to the other place and do some rotation. But moving to Egypt right now, fighting with Saudi Arabia at the open field. The Saudi Arabia is quite far enough each other, so do not have a good backup when it comes to cross combat, but Prestige from far away. The M4 with the ×4 still giving a lot of damage towards the Egypt players, but the knockdown is not happen. So that way, a big loss for Saudi because they already lost 2 of their members.
Heavy casualty on their side, all right. SK need to get out. Dami just now was a bit too reckless to just open fire in the middle of an open field where all the teams coming out from Egypt just circling them around. But back to it, Iraq and Reva, which are going to be fighting against the Moroccan players. Marshall, Chapo, and Sanke is there around the corners, lurking around with the Blues and closing in. We're talking about the Egypt players still lurking here inside of the Blue Zone. This is way too long. They extended this fight for no good reason at all. Tahil and Chrono 9. They tried to actually heal themselves up, but they found it out Prestige. It might be a bumper car moment. Here comes Krona, just telling up Prestige. Still following pursuit with the car. This is going to be a heated moment. Prestige, with the Blues are closing in. Will it connect? Oh, he whiffed it so much for Krona 9.
It's so far to be taken down. It's not that easy, but both of the parties having a bad moment right now because they need to go towards the bridge. And you can see from the minimap, a lot of teams already there, especially for the teams inside the Sosnovka Island. One team, I think, Indonesia is swimming right now, and the zone, the circle shifts hard and giving a hard time for a lot of teams because I think only 3 teams so far already inside the circle. Meanwhile, the teams that are still at the main island, they have a really tough situation. Even right, a Volt again, one of the strong players from Iraq giving the surprise to one player from Morocco, the scouter Marshall being taken down.
And it is just too long for the teams on the outskirts. Marshall will finish off by Volt straight away. It's not even... You know what? That's mean, Volt. You not just knocked that person. Now you steal away their vehicle. What kind of person are you?
Oh my
Not even
God.
finishing him off. And the Moroccan players finish off by Kalaga Chapo. And Kalaga with a Mini 40 making sure things are being cleaned off. Straight from his eyes here. It's going to be right across him. And we still have these teams now inside of season while Iraq teams, Volt and Golden, the one that stole the vehicle away just now. Reva being counter-fire in the side of Turkish team. Catch being knocked down by Golden. It's 1-2-1 trade for Reva. Iraq and versus the side of a Turkish team. So let's try to stop the one that's coming in from Yarn. Iraq team. It's a 3-way war of a crossfire between Turkey, Iraq, and also... I think it was who was?
It was, sorry, I forget one of the moment because Turkey, Iraq, and before is that Egypt? I think it's not Egypt, right? It's Morocco.
Yeah, Morocco.
It's Morocco, yeah, it's Morocco. So yeah, because the tension of the moment, ladies and gentlemen, Iraq, I think back to the default, they are so aggressive right now. They have the position, they do the gatekeep, but like what Chuchu already mentioned earlier, it's too long to be outside of the circle at the Blue Zone itself. They are costing, or it costs a lot of first aid, it costs a lot of damages, and also boost. But Golden, what a close combat moment. Golden, I think this is a golden moment for him. He already collected 3 elimination, 1 more loot threat, and also still a safe vehicle. Even 2 other teammates already inside the circle, so Golden, I think he still can move toward the circle easily.
Yep, not as easy. I think there's going to be a lot of gatekeepers on the other end. And the only team right in the center of the SMB just now, it's going to be Pakistan team waiting around the corner. So, yeah, we mentioned about them. They got themselves the whole compound for themselves around the airplane tower. They got themselves in the junkyard of the plane itself. And Kazakhstan again.
Ooh, Kazakhstan really stepping up about the movement when it comes to two-day matches. They can go toward the circle quite well, even though before they are being contested by Vietnam, but they still manage to calculate precisely is it a worth fight or not. So yeah, we are back to the circle suddenly, or less than 2 seconds we are going to the fourth circle. Oh, going to the military base, the central area. Even the junkyard from the plane is still there a little bit. So Pakistan, Chinese Taipei really in a big advantage. Meanwhile, Brunei Darussalam, the team that are not lowering down, the team which is the first one to get 100 total points, so they are now in a bad situation. Chinese Taipei, 1-2 move, spotted by Pharaoh, 1 elimination for Team Pakistan.
Pakistan having a go against Chinese Taipei now from afar. It's going to be Pharaoh scouting out for the rest of the team with an M416 in his hands, waiting for the next victim to come across. Well, Jordan gonna ham down Chinese Taipei from the other end, entirely different angle, where Isawi and also Leif waiting here to make a go. Now, Isawi the UMP, hoping somebody will step inside the compound themselves, but that's not gonna happen. And we do have one more thing lurking around the corner. It's gonna be coming out from South Korea. They want to be part of this party as well. While the Indonesian team this time, they survive longer and they finally get into the SMB as well. Now, we do have 15 teams still intact in the fourth phase of the circle with a very small island of SMB. I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah. Especially a circle like this is not easy for those who lay toward the circle. Saudi just jumped down from the vehicle, but they do not realize Kazakhstan already do a good guard, a good gatekeep at the east side of the Sosnovka military base. But moving from Brunei, one of the vehicle already is smoked and shot by the other team, which is Vietnam from behind. But Chewy still managed to survive, even though he's not inside the circle. The other teammate, which is Sako, is down. The bug is flipping. Shako being knocked down. So Chewy will become the last man standing from Brunei.
Flying buggy in the last minute. Look at how he just tossed over. Here comes Brazil coming up towards the side of the entire different side of the military. Definitely the Sri Lanka do finish off straight away by the side of Brazil here. Darden making sure Duke can't do any towards Vietnam taking on Saudi Arabia. Darden and the rest of the Brazilian teams are taking their sweet time on the southern part entirely. Eagle Esports, which will be representing Vietnam, taking a fight against the Brunei's Chewy. Will he be the last remaining member from Brunei? Feels like it. Winnie Kalaga back to a side of Iraq. Spotted out 7 from Brazil. The playing junkyard is just too much to handle for some teams here.
A lot of actions happen. Even the observer is quite confused which fight they want to see or give us the view itself. So yeah, we'll see later, because Iraq, I think one of the strong team right now, they are guarding the left bridge really well right now, already inside the circle, and they still have a good place to defend for a while. Meanwhile, Brunei, I think they already predicted by Vietnam, because earlier the movement from Chewy is cut by the shot coming from Vietnam. So let's see later, because I heard a gunshot just a while. I think it's coming from a lot of team inside the military base, the central part of it. So the fifth circle, where is it going? So
wow,
oh my God, this is so hard. This is so hard. A lot of teams will have a hard situation, because Pakistan already did the job pretty well of defending, but Brazil, I don't know, they're just moving. They're not shooting all the time. When it comes to this game, they're just moving with their vehicle.
It's just a very good but Chewy finally finish off, and this is one of the very first few Brunei being eliminated. I totally cursed them.
Yo, Brazil. I mean, like, the movement coming from the vehicle at the late game with this fast tempo is not that good. But late, this is the man when it comes to the close combat, one of the strongest, especially using a Vector. One of the fastest weapon when it comes to the close combat with 9mm bullet. He won the fight, but Egypt, sneaky, beaky, inside the smoke. All of the team tried their best to go toward the circle. Well, the components already occupy a lot of team, so they are moving to a squeeze place that they think it will be unexpected. But Indonesia moving from the north, Vietnam are moving, so it's a rotation circle right now.
It's just less than 300 meters for the radius right now of the circle. Daku, Scar in his hands. Try to stop those coming up from the other side, right across him. And they're sharing the same compound with the Vietnam team here. Try to play around the corners. Vaz just keep tossing out. Nate's going to be on his teammate. Wait, what is happening? My goodness, is he confused by the fact that that's his own teammate instead? Back to sort of Vaz, trying to cook and open up another nade towards the other end. Vietnam is on the outside. Well, we do have for the indoors, it's going to be Pakistan team. Well, the other side, we have Martin taking down on 6 of Kazakhstan. Vaz of Pakistan still fighting, and Martin finished off 6. Kala got taken on Lutz on Turkey on a different angle entirely. Looking back about the Turkish team, they do have to revive one of their teammates. We have Vietnam still lurking around Pakistan, having to go for the longest time. Jordan fighting Chinese Taipei on a different angle. Well, Daku spotted out with the Scar L, now trying to push forward, but this is taking too long for Vietnam versus Pakistan.
I mean, this is a total chaos. Everyone have their own business. I mean, for a close combat, the long range bell, everything quite packed when it comes to a circle like this. The smoke is quite loaded right now, but maybe shooting towards Isawi, because maybe once one of the player, which is Martin, can cross toward the circle, but Age Chuek, finally the substitute coming from Indonesia, is playing right now. So we'll see, because Vietnam, 2 of the players right now being spotted, 1 even already being knocked down. Winnie also by Indonesia, and I think this is the moment. Indonesian are stronging their gameplay. I mean, when it comes to the performance, this is the highest they are just playing. So the need cooked right now by Willie Aja. Willie thrown to Team Vietnam. I think they already predicted well. Winnie, the knockdown player, confirmed 2 eliminations so far for Indonesian.
Here comes under the Kobe. Willie Aja want to do the play here. He's definitely going to clutch this, giving the pressure to a side of Tuan Zing Truek. Actually going for the other side. That's going to finish off Vietnam entirely. Indonesia finally rise up to the occasion with 4 players in World Alive, lurking around the corners, finding out more, hunting down more teams to go. It's going to be Jordan and Chinese Taipei next. Across them, but from afar, Vaz taking on Asia Truek from quite a distance. Martin just going to heal up and reset. Well, maybe try to open up the space while trying to scoot up to the side of Pakistan. Egypt trying to laugh with 1 player. Jordan still hunting down Chang Fu on Chinese Taipei, playing around 3 levels of stories building. He's going to lay spotted out Chang Fu, going in with the UMP, trying to force him out. There goes the DBS just now. We heard a shotgun, but here comes the nade being tossed around. He's cooking it up, but he built it in the nick of time for Chang Fu.
You have Chang Fu really slipper when it comes to the movement, but we'll see later, because Chang Fu still left alone. The Jordan players are still chasing which is the exact position of Chang Fu himself. So the next nade be thrown. It's cooked pretty well, but Chang Fu still made to defense right now. But the stops he made is actually revealing his position. Chang Fu being spotted, shot by the other player from Jordan, but the nade coming from Esawi is not finishing him down. Shooting towards the door. He wants it. They want it when it comes to Jordan, but Chang Fu still managed to moving around. He's even vaulting towards the outside of the compound, and Chang Fu still not being knocked down by the player from Jordan. How many utilities when it comes to nade, Molly, and Chang Fu like moving. Every nade's coming from Jordan made him move, and Chang Fu right now in a very close combat. The stabs are heard by the player from Jordan, but he is playing outside from the top of this building.
Still late, trying to just find it one last person of Chinese Taipei, but he's making it so hard for the players. On the Indonesian side, they do have 4 men. For the first time, they're taking this quite strong. Uriel taking a Kobe on Krona. There's going to be 1 more team eliminated. We're down to 6 here. Within the 6th phase of a circle, hopping about 20 seconds on the clock for the next one. Chang Fu still being so cheeky. He's so witty.
Oh
He's
my
put out 1
God.
more. Taking on Uriel. Wait, this one person still can carry out the entire responsibility by himself. And Vol being knocked down as well with a sort of pain. Pakistan moving forward, flushing out the entire team of Iraq being cornered left, right, and center. Kala got down as well. Can Iraq with golden clutch this one against Pakistan?
Yup. Two players of Pakistan already at the low HP, but it's not easy. But the nade coming from Golden, that was clean. Fast is already with a full health with the mat kit, but Golden with a close combat using the AK is already low HP, but the shotgun is a battle. But again, Golden, what a clutch. Two players from Pakistan down, and this is the momentum for Golden to revive. Yes, he's reviving, but all the players from Pakistan being clutch. 1v3 coming from Golden alone.
That was a huge, humongous clutch by one player for the entire team of Pakistan. He's been cornered just now, but still managed to survive. What a play. Back to us again. We still have a 4v4, v2, v1v1 with Jordan. Gonna 1.5, but revive back to us too. Maybe now trying to flush out whatever there is in front of him. It's gonna be Jordan's team. Chang Fu, big Sporten, finally, maybe found it out. Chang Fu has been sneaking all this while. Finally been found it out by the Indonesian team. Where to run? You can run, but you can hide. Now Chang Fu, can he clutch this as well? Finally, maybe finish off Chinese Taipei after such a long hiding time by Chang Fu.
Yes, and the position from maybe is just good. He has the high run, he has the vision, but South Korea in a very tight situation because one by one, the player being knocked down late right now, and also the nade coming from him is just too on point. Even right now, South Korea to the left with only 2 players, but Willie Aja at the other hand. Shot by a player from Iraq. So the 3 teams showdown right now is still fighting. Maybe want to have a good position when it comes to the war. South Korea with a lot of smokes, and so goes to Iran. Kalaga still being knocked down. Is the revive still can be happened, but Will too with the nade is so well going or giving the damage towards the Iraq player. Full is vaulting, but look at that nade. Kalaga being taken down. Golden the clutch. Meister also being knocked down, but a threat happened, but maybe that's a huge game coming from maybe another down, and Indonesia with 4 players intact.
Maybe it's just so brilliant when it comes to this match. He knows exactly where to go, where to look. Open up so much space for the entire team of Indonesia right now. Carrying up to the top here. For the rest of them, trying to go for the support fires from below. Willie Aja tossing out the nade to the side of Iraq. Can they actually pin down on one more? Close enough, they got one. It's a team decimated by the hands of Indonesia. The rise of Indonesia team with a 4-8 eliminations in the bag. They finally woken up from their slumber.
Yup. Maybe right now still on the highest altitude with the highest vision, but I think Indonesia knew they really need to do the gathering up because the zone less than 10 seconds will go to the 9th zone. When it comes to the zone like this, it's the closing of the game. Look at the position coming from Indonesia. They're already collecting 4 different angles, and this will become a hard situation for Jordan and also South Korea at the same moment. Look at maybe he's not stopping. He's still searching where is the exact location of his last opponent. The nade from Will Aja. That was nasty, and another elimination for Indonesia. So 4-on-2 situation right now. 2 players from Jordan versus full team from Indonesia, and I think it's already expected. I do not see any more utility. If they still have the utility, this will be big for the Indonesian team.
2v4, Sawi and Laith on the 2nd floor here, while the rest of them on the rooftop. Willie Aja trying to flush out from below, the others closing in from above. Now Willie Aja coming up to the rooftop as well, but nobody willing to pick over on the 2nd story where Sawi and Laith still waiting. Look at how the cross out of Laith just waiting on the stairs in case the Indonesian player are climbing up as well. It's going to be 2v3. 2v4. What's the 4th player, by the way? We couldn't see the 4th player. It's still Martin coming up from the outside, waiting if they actually will jump down now. Laith and Isawi heard the footsteps. It's all the matter of time. Laith and Isawi holding their breath while the Indonesians are hungry to finish things off. They're waiting in the outside. Maybe Ngatrek Willie Aja is still on around the building while Martin couldn't wait anymore longer. He's just going to rush in now. He doesn't want to wait anymore. But Isawi and Laith just so well in hiding.
I mean, I think they do not want to make this mistake because this is a big moment for the Indonesia team. So the circle, the Blues are already pushing, but I don't know. They are still waiting. The Jordan players not a long time after this. They need to jump down from the window and look at the Indonesian team. They're already waiting at the surface of the land itself. Isawi still playing near the window. Same goes to Late, but Late already moving towards the stairs. Maybe there will be a surprise attack, but maybe already predicting the movement coming from Late. The smoke, oh my god, 10 smokes at Isawi, but a shot coming from Jordan. One player from Indonesia being knocked down, but Late at the low HP. We will see how this fight will begin. Because 3-on-2 situation right now. Martin being knocked down. Late is knocked down also. So 2-on-1 situation. Isawi try to figure out how to finish the game because Isawi is bouncing down. And Indonesia finally the winner chicken dinner with 4-on-2 situation. This is the beginning because they just going up from their position. What a play, what a game coming from Indonesia.
Finally, after such a long hurdle, after just so many hoops for them to jump over.
God.
Indonesia finally coming back into the World Esports Championship after such a long slumber. It was a really tough start for them the past few days.
I mean, this is a big chance. You know what? The substitute is playing right now, and he is playing really well because a lot of movements coming from the substitute player, which is Agi Chuek. So he's like a support from behind, shooting towards all the enemy, and maybe he's the player, I think, one of the key because he won the fight with Chinese Taipei, giving the high position or the rooftop of that compound becomes the position of maybe himself. So it's the start from the Indonesian team because a good coordination, a good teamwork, and finally another contender going up for the total points.
I agree. It was so pivotal for them to actually take down this on the Chinese Taipei player just now, Horton, if I'm not mistaken. If it's not, like that rooftop was everything. That compound was the most important vintage point that can change the game so much. And for the Indonesian team, for them to actually sneaking into the last minute into the safe circle wasn't easy task either. They really had to go things. They had to go through so many teams to cut across. The crossfire in between towards the side of SMB was just so challenging, and they managed to survive till the end. Still, nevertheless, I have to give props to the side of Iraq team as well because that was such a good clutch against the Pakistan team.
I mean, like Iraq back to the default with an aggressive power. They are fighting a lot with a lot of teams, defending with a good gatekeep strategy. And when it comes to the late game, their proactive movement going toward the circle, investing one of the players going towards the circle first and the other following up after that is really good coming from Iraq. And this is what I'm saying. Age Chuek, the substitute player, I guess, because I think I do not see him playing before. Right now really changed the game for Indonesia. And I think the confidence level when it comes to Indonesian team stemming up really well at this game. Chang Fu, again, beside Wu Xuan, I think this is a player with a good capacity when it comes to Team Chinese Taipei. But Golden really stole the show, I guess, because not only clutch 1v2, but 1v3 players from Pakistan.
For finally Chang Fu being finished off in the last minute. Sorry, I got the wrong player just now. Chinese Taipei finally being founded out by Maybe. Now, I have to say that for the Indonesian team this time, every single player played their part and role so well. Like, example, Willie Aja opened up so many space by tossing so many Kobe's to the other team entirely. Lath, you know what, knocked down on Willie Aja, but because of Aja Chua, he managed to give so much support fire, giving so many space for the other teams to actually being finished off by the members. But this time, finally, the host country, Indonesia, taking the Ayam Batutu and their own chicken way.
Yeah, finally going up from the slumber with a good coordination again. I really enjoy how the game really went before. So this is new for me because the movement is not easy for Indonesia. You know, they're moving from the central part of the map, even they are not going well with the drop spot, then going from the sea itself because they are swimming towards the Sosnovka Island, then going to the northern side, cutting the rotation of Kazakhstan, a big strong contender, and they got the winner chicken dinner. But not only Indonesia, Iraq also coming back with their own gameplay, with an aggressive one, because Iraq, even though they are finished at the number 4 in position, but the total elimination really boosts them up towards the 20 total points. So this is the overall statistic, 54 total elimination. I think A lot of players being knocked down outside of the circle because the blue zone is already hitting them hard. 9,000-ish total heal, 2 airdrop looted, 180 throw use. I think this is a low when it comes to the overall statistic because it is hard. It is basically hard for a lot of teams going to the Sosnovka Island.
I mean, like, that's one thing. And one more thing is, do they have enough time to loot up in the main island?
Oh,
because
yeah.
SMB is like the most it can supply is just 3 teammates. So that's like bare minimum for 3 teams to actually get everything. Imagine all the teams that actually just comprised of all 6 teams in SMB. It's almost impossible. Hence, there's so many teams actually coming in very late when it comes to the blue zone and the circle as well for this reason. But the thing is, can they find vehicle if they're coming up from the main peninsula as well? Because if they can't find any, then for them to actually get into SMB without any vehicle or any boat, they'll be choked to death. Swimming is an option, yes, but it's one of the most torturous options they have right now when it comes to that sort of list. Now, speaking back to the side of Indonesia, finally start to wake up, but will it be enough for them to give it an impact of overall ranking, because they are in the bottom too?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to this first chicken dinner, I think it doesn't boost them towards the top 5. It's quite far. It's still far because they already lost for about 8 games. It's already at the 9th game of the grand final. So I think this is just a mental boost for them because they still be participant in terms of the one who still want to be the champion, because it's not only about the champion for Indonesia, they are the host. They need to give their best because a lot of expectation, a lot of commentary for this team. They really need to show to the viewers, to the community that they still here, they can show the best of them.
But right now we're going to head into the breaks. You know what, we still have one more match to go. See you guys in a bit, and don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Running 3, they made that on better.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because This is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G, take more awesome details. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Apa ya? Makanan yang harganya receh tapi enaknya mantul.
Banyak pengen loh. Ini dia. Menu receh, harga receh, dijamin enaknya mantul.
Enak banget. Coba Mel.
Apapun yang kamu pengenin, di sini referensi lengkapnya.
Ada yang ngiler.
Jajan terus bareng makan receh dan enaknya mantul. Ini baru Trans 7.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Hi, welcome back everyone into the caster desk, and we're gonna jump into the last game of today. And before that, let me introduce myself. I'm Indonesia as your house Southcaster today, and alongside with me, Eldoge. I'm gonna say host country.
Host country.
Host
Okay,
country.
okay.
I'm gonna say host country, but not.
That's good bluff.
Yeah. But Eldoge, as usual, we're gonna shout out to our sponsors first, because Without them, we wouldn't be here. So thank you so much for our sponsor. We have JHL Group as our main sponsor, and also this tournament is sponsored by JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, Das, Gudang Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina, Hydrococo, Antis, Prosa, and also Sofal. And we also have official telco partner, which is Telkomsel, our official smartphone partner, Samsung Galaxy A series, internet service provider partner, IndiHome, travel management partner, HIN, hotel partner, Episode Hotel, and also Merisaka Hotel, esports broadcaster partner, Mineski Global, Indonesia Football E-League, and also ESIT, production partner Lemon ID, media partner Trans7, Detikcom, Esports ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance Play, Dance TV, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and also Kami Bijak. So thank you so much, everyone.
And really want to say thank you to the government, because we have the government support from Kemenpora, Kemenparekraf, KONI, and also Indonesia, and also wonderful Indonesia. So sorry, Donald, I lost my paper. Where is my paper though?
It's okay. It's okay. I love to give a shout out to all of our sponsors because they are amazing. Once again,
totally.
Without them, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be witnessing the best game at the end of the year before PMGC Grand Final. Because once again, in this IESF 14th World Esports Championship, we actually kind of surprised about how things going on right now, about the result, and about all of the teams or all of the countries that play really well today. So, in terms of Miramar, Eldoge, how do you predict this game is going to end?
For the last Miramar, I guess this will be a total chaos, especially when the zone is similar when it comes to the previous Miramar. So, prediction, right?
Yeah, prediction.
Before we are going to the Miramar. For me, it's Turkey, I guess, because Turkey today is not performing really well, even though they are the team that is favored by a lot of people, including me, because we know they are the grand finalists of PMGC. And the previous Miramar, they are, I don't know, maybe they are losing their composure because they are going to the high ground faster than ever. But they are they are losing about the rotation, the exact timing, I guess. So I hope Turkey will give their best shot again when it comes to the last game.
Okay, then. And I think I forgot who I picked. And I think I picked Turkey as well.
Okay, no problem then.
Yeah, I'm just gonna copy-paste what Eldoge said actually. Because Turkey is actually half that potential. Especially in Miramar. If we're talking about Miramar, because sometimes we saw that they are quite good in terms of their rotation itself, but sometimes they're not really fortunate when they touch down in some of the area or they want to do the reach camp. So yeah, if condition is maximized by Turkey, they are gonna be the one of the strong contender or the dangerous contender in Miramar.
Yeah, totally. Because when it comes to Miramar, again, we discussed a lot. This map is so wide, it's so huge. You need a really good aim when it comes to long-range battle. And I think Turkey, which is represented by Fireflux, has all the factors need to be done at Miramar. But speaking of which, I really like how all the players right now stepping up about their gameplay, especially Indonesia, because this is a time for them. They are the host country. They don't want to make the people of Indonesia quite not so satisfied about this, about their gameplay, because again, for the matter of fact, because a lot of opinion about this national team, some or most of the community say that they're not proper enough at the IESF, but I know some of them are still believing that this is the national team that they are waiting to perform really well. So I think from that chicken dinner, even though it is not giving them a lot of points when it comes to the top 5 or even top 3, but the mental boost is really needed by Indonesian team right now.
You know what, Eldoge? I want to say something.
What is that?
Only something. At least chicken deh.
At least chicken deh. Yeah. Well, I want to continue with bahasa,
At least chicken deh. that means
yeah.
means that in English means like little bro.
Yeah. But that's good one. That's a good one because when they already got the chicken dinner, not only for their mental boost, but it is a proof for the community that they still be here. They can still perform quite well.
Yeah.
But besides Indonesia, I want to see about Brunei Darussalam next game because they played really well for about 3 games. The 4th game is just disaster for them. Even they are not reaching for top 10. So we'll see. Are they going to bounce back their gameplay? Because if they can, it will be a serious problem when it comes to the other team. But I think without further ado, we are going to the last game of the day, my favorite map. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Miramar.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Your favorite map is Miramar.
Yep.
So yeah, Miramar is my least favorite map then.
You.
I'm go against everyone because everyone hates Sandhawk and I'm gonna be the one who loves Sandhawk. You loves Miramar, I'm gonna be the one who hates Miramar.
But sometimes be different is cool, right?
Yeah, it's cool because like we have different perspective towards the game itself because like we have our own opinion about everything. Maybe you like Miramar in terms of what, El Doge?
I really like Miramar game because I'm a sniper player. So for the long range battle, it is so good when it comes to Miramar. In Rangel, it's the same size, but for the lane or the surface, it is not as big as Miramar. So Miramar is still my favorite. We'll see how the Miramar goes right now because the flight path, I guess, is so wavering for the teams who want to go towards the northern side of the map. Meanwhile, going to the southern part, I think that's a big question. How they reach that particular place because when I recall about the previous Miramar, even today and yesterday, still few teams going to Los Leones, and it is not reachable when it comes to only doing with the parachute. And speaking of which, the circle revealed, and it's so good, it's so beautiful for all the players. So I think this will be quite passive gameplay.
Yeah, passive gameplay it is. I was about to say, can I use my power again here? I want to use my power to give a hard time towards all of the players or all of the teams in terms of the rotation later on because I wanted the circle going towards the southern area of the Miramar itself, but you didn't give me a chance, El Doge, to use my power.
But yeah, good for the players then.
Good for the players
because you know before the break, I think they need a very very comfort gameplay, the comforting one. They don't want to be too much stress, I guess. But for the circle like this, actually, it gives a lot of pressure also when it comes to the late game, like a domino effect. When there's no fight at the beginning, the late game will quite pack and the fight can't be avoided.
Yeah, but. Speaking of which, even though I didn't use my power at all in terms of like deciding the first circle, but Kazakhstan and also Vietnam cannot really avoid each other in the same area, in the same city in Miramar itself. They pretty sure already noticed each other, but for now they didn't want to make any initiative at all. No opening fire at all has been heard by us for now. But for how long? Because obviously, usually if two of the teams like meet each other earlier in the game in the same kind of area, eventually they will open the war after they finish the looting phase.
I mean, there is one thing when it comes to the drop spot for Team Vietnam and Kazakhstan. It is far at the northern side, even northwest side of the map itself. So it is far from the circle. So I think both of the parties really know how to handle the situation. They just need to loot fast there, searching for vehicle and going to the circle. Because if they clash early at this game, we saw that at the play-ins, Impala becomes a war, becomes a war zone for both of the teams, which they are not going quite well when it comes to the game itself, because they are too long outside of the circle. So I think, Kazakhstan and Vietnam have the same mindset, but we'll see later, because maybe the rotation is clash or kind of like that. So, we are back to the other side, Turkey. Our prediction is really enjoying their time because San Martin for only one team is so good. And right now, this is the Vietnam. Vietnam really moving outside of the compound or the city itself. Meanwhile, one of the player from Kazakhstan still moving.
It is so open, a clear shot that is securing by winning now. A bunch of bullets has been shot towards XR from Team Titan or Team Kazakhstan. But well, too early to securing elimination point for Team Vietnam now, especially with that kind of weapon and with that such of a distance between them. But I think the other or the whole another story is gonna be happening inside of a compound because Chua Chong actually like holding on to his position now with the DBS on his hand, trying really hard to stay on still and want to have a really surprise attack towards Team Kazakhstan. But now Team Kazakhstan doesn't really move boldly towards Team Vietnam side.
Believe me, Donna, mark my words, if they are continuing this fight long enough, these two teams, they will not performing well this game. Because, you know, when it comes to the central zone, a lot of teams already favored by the circle, so they can have their own comfort place for a while, faster than others. And if Kazakhstan and Vietnam still continuing, there will be a very late rotation coming for those party, or even one of them, because one other will be eliminated. But they can't penetrate the defense that already built so well by the other team inside the circle. Even right now, they are going to be pressed by the blue zone. But let's see. The Kazakhstan is still quite aggressive. 3 of the players are going towards the compound. Even the nade, even the gas can is exploded, and one of the players from Vietnam jumping down, search by the player from Kazakhstan. Shooting coming from one player. The front shot is not quite effective because he's just alone. Finding 3 players is so near with impossible percentage when it comes to Vietnam.
Yep, and just like that, Tuanzi get out from the game itself, but Chua Chong is still outside of the compound itself, waiting for Team Kazakhstan. They got to move on eventually because the blue zone is there, and they still got a long way to go. And I didn't see any vehicle has been secured by both of the parties, both of the teams now. But, well, Team Vietnam, I think they sent one of the players. I believe it is we need to search for vehicle and maybe to open the way from the rest of the teammates themselves. Meanwhile, the other 2 is gonna guarding up the back line of area, so Team Kazakhstan cannot really backstab them. But this is also gonna be a hard work for Team Kazakhstan because eventually it's gonna be like a hard way to go into the circle.
Like I mentioned, this is already a bad start coming for both of the parties. Kazakhstan, also Vietnam, and especially for Vietnam because they already lost one of their member. But going to the circle, look, even at the H, Brazil already guarding the circle. It's only the first one. Coming to the second, third, fourth, or even going to the late game, which the circle is smaller by every moment. The teams that are quite late, they do not have any chance going towards the late game because a lot of gatekeep already happened all inside the circle. But we are seeing that later. Is my opinion will be right or not, because we are moving again to the Turkey team because they're moving on the top of San Martin, and this is quite unique because moving to the previous day, which is the first day, Turkey kind of play a wide split coming for each players. But right now, I think they really need the points. They want to go towards up to the top 3 again, so they are regrouping. They are quite near each other, and I do not see a lot of aggression coming from the first day.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. They seems like kind of cramping in together in this like grand final, and it is quite a unique position or a unique thing to see in Team Turkey. But as the zone closing in, we're gonna see who's gonna be favored the most as we see the hard shift again still happening in this Miramar, and that San Martin area is kind of crowded. They have to move on for now, especially in the southwest area. There are gonna be like a massive rotation coming in to the southern area in the circle itself because they're so crowded. One of the team is like 1 million Moroccan team. Also, Jordan is still in the southern area of the circle, as well as Team Saudi Arabia, and those teams are team of war.
Yeah, those teams are teams of aggression, we can say. But to be frank, Donna, I really like how the position of one team right now in the circle, which is Sri Lanka. You can see from the picture you taken before. Sri Lanka is actually really neat about the points, and they're already inside the circle, at the middle of the circle. So this is a good chance for them. So yeah, we'll see later because we want to see the competition. We do not want to see a total domination. We just want to see all the nations are growing about their gameplay, about the points. But coming back to Kazakhstan, they just took one player down when it comes to Team Egypt. So the backstab really doing well, but again, they're still playing outside of the zone or inside the blue zone. Second by second, minute by minute, they lost their utility, especially the healing one. But wait a minute, Pakistan with a movement, still with a classic one, 3 players being down from the vehicle, and Indonesia, WITA already knew where is the exact position of Pakistan, and I think Daku will be spotted first because he's just alone. WITA still waiting for the right time to shot, still waiting for Daku to stand still, and this is it. The mini 14 tapping, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, still 3 bullets connecting to Daku, and I think Faz and also one player from Pakistan can do a lot of things right now, and Daku finally being taken down. WITA with a huge altitude right now, using the mini 14, connecting really well towards the players of Pakistan.
Oh my god, with that kind of vision, I believe Indonesia is actually can do more thing about it. One knockdown for now, I think it's gonna be like not too good actually, especially with that kind of awareness that Pakistan already has. Even though Daku out there cannot be revived anymore, I believe, because Indonesia has been locking down the position or the angle or the vision towards Team Pakistan, and Daku will gonna be left there hang and dry, draining out of the blood. But on the other side, there are the initiating war has been happening between Jordan and also Morocco, I believe now. And now Ragnar has been down, 2 men down from Jordan. Where is the rest actually? They are far away from each other, Eldoge.
I mean, this is a really unfortunate day for Jordan because they played really well yesterday. I think they are the master of variation when it comes to the first day. The rotation, even they are not favoring by the circle, they still can manage to go towards the late game. But right now, El Chabo still shooting towards the player from Jordan, which is Gaga, and one of the vehicle already smoke, and it's close to be exploded, so Gaga can't move anywhere else. Meanwhile, from the other place, again, Pakistan, one of the player being taken down by Indonesia. I guess I was right. The mental boost from the winner with the chicken dinner really giving a good advantage, a good boost for the Indonesian team to play well. And Sri Lanka, like I already mentioned earlier, they are still favoring by the circle, and I really like they are using the proactive movement, going toward the center and going for the compound.
Yep, and that is a perfect choke point actually for Sri Lanka, but we gotta focus on to the BOV between Team Indonesia and also Pakistan because the aggression is on for Team Indonesia. One more man down from Pakistan, and therefore Team Indonesia is gonna search for the last man standing, which is Pain. Pain is gonna have a lot of pain here because like Team Indonesia maybe has a clear shot out there, and this is gonna be like a double pick situation for Team Indonesia, and just like that, Indonesia managed to take 4 elimination points towards Team Pakistan.
Another amazing performance coming from Indonesia. They are moving as a unit. They are doing a good tag team, and they are wiping out all players from Pakistan. But right now, the next question is, how about the rotation? Because less than 2 minutes, they need to go to the circle. And when we recall, for a while, for a short time before, a lot of teams already do the rotation, already did the rotation. Maldives already getting the compound. Iraq already getting the high ground. Even Sri Lanka already moving toward the central. So it is not easy for team, even Indonesia, How about Vietnam and Kazakhstan? Because they are still far from the circle. So let's see about the 4th and 5th. I guess 5th circle will be a total chaos for all the players.
Yeah, so talking about like the rotation itself for Indonesia, we have to remember that they are around Pekado, the southwest area, and then if they have to move forward, there are Team Maldives that we just saw early on. They securing like the edge of the circle itself, and not only that, the Chinese Taipei is also around the area itself. So it's gonna be like a big challenge for Indonesia if they want to move forward straight into the zone. So they have to rethink about the strategy, about the path itself, Eldoge, which side to buy in terms of the rotation itself. Or they want to take the long rotation towards the northern area.
Yeah, there are still a lot of options when it comes to the 3rd circle because it is still quite big when it comes to the circle itself. But Indonesia just eliminated one of the team, which is Pakistan. Right now, they need to face one of the participants from PMGC, which is Morocco, represented by Team 1 Million. One of the players which is being taken down, and this is what I am curious about. The team, they are quite long outside of the circle, which is at the blue zone. They will having a hard time. But like what Don already mentioned earlier, there are still a lot of ways. There are still a lot of path to go for the rotation, and I think Indonesia realized that they just need scouting around. Right now, 1 million on Morocco is in a very, very tight situation after they are doing the gatekeep towards Indonesia. Right now, it is karma, I guess, because Saudi doing the same thing right now towards the team of Morocco itself, because one of the players right now still being gatekept. The nade is cooked by El Chapo, but I think most of the players from Morocco realized they can't fight here too long. They need to move. Even 2 of the players already using their vehicle. Ooh, that was clean from El Chapo. What a good nade coming to Dami. And this is the moment for Team Morocco to go towards the circle.
Yep, to go into the circle, because like there are none of the Saudi player is actually spotted down nearby. But Willia Aja spotted down one man from Saudi Arabia, I believe. And this is going to be like a big chance for Indonesia to move forward into the zone. But on the other side, on the northern area, there is Team Brazil. What?
Vietnam just being eliminated.
Yeah, Vietnam.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, they are actually. But talking about Team Brazil, though, they are guarding up the perfect kind of compound there at the edge of the circle, and South Korea is going to be like the next victim, I believe, for Team Brazil, especially with this kind of zone that is again and again continuously moving towards the northeast side of the circle itself, shifted away from Team Indonesia's position.
I mean, if South Korea bold enough, that's the graveyard for them, because when they are dropping down below, they will be easily shot by Brazil. But I think they learned their lesson when it comes to the first Miramar. That's the problem for Team Korea. Like right now, we are moving to Team Kazakhstan. I think this is a big moment for them, even though they are being kept like I predicted. And Brunei, this is what we see today after a good 3 games. Brunei just falling down. This is not a good result, but again, there is still one more day to regaining the title, I guess, for Brunei itself, for the people of Brunei. But we are moving, we are continuing the fight. Like I predicted, Donna, Vietnam can't do anything about this game because they are doing the early fight, and they are losing one of their member. Even they do not have any vehicle, even though they can go from the north side quite well, but they failed to go toward the circle. It is different with Kazakhstan. The situation is same. They are being kept like I predicted, but Kazakhstan really strong, I guess, today, really strong in this game, and they won the fight at a close combat. But a surprise coming from South Korea. A Chinese type, but Turkey, what a good backup, what a good tag team, not losing any member, even they are collecting more. 5 elimination right now in the pocket of Turkey.
All right, so Turkey going towards the edge of the circle for now. And need to be extra careful because like all of the spot has been secured by about a lot of the teams. And talking about the circle, though, I'm really curious about which side to buy from the circle itself. Is it gonna be Sri Lanka's? Oh, Sri Lanka's doesn't get the another circle. They have to move forward for now.
I just realized what an interesting movement coming from South Korea, because they are splitting so far, but try to get the northern and the southern part as well at the same time. So I think it reminds me about HVVP. They are using that kind of strategy when it comes to a shifting circle. So they managed to get a lot, even though, yeah, they failed to go to the grand final. But we are back to the final right now. We are back to the IESF, because Turkey, even though they giving the strong performance, Maldives with 4 players still intact, even Maori being taken down, but the other three are freely to move around the area. They are still catching. Where is the last man standing from Turkey? There's an obstacle there, but it failed to defense. Turkey, even Maldives collecting the turn and getting 3 elimination in their pocket. Meanwhile, South Korea, the team that already gathering around right now, I don't know why they're still at the edge of the circle. Meanwhile, Iraq is faster right now to collect more position inside the circle.
Oh my God! We really need to stop doing prediction. I think. It's like we continuing to give a bad luck for the team here.
Only one time we get a very good luck when it comes to the first game, you know.
Yeah.
Top 3 but of our prediction, but after that, whoosh, all too soon.
Yeah, it's going downfall real fast. But talking about downfall, is it gonna be like the other downfall for the strong contender here? Because it's gonna be like a big calamity for a lot of teams, especially in the edge of the circle. Maldives being one of them, because not only they face to face against Team Iraq, but all of the other teams, especially South Korea, has this vision, has the angle towards Team Maldives really, really clear.
Oh no.
Even though there's one obstacle there, but the Greenet doesn't really make it out to Team Maldives. But Team Maldives, Eddie, really need to pick between reviving or he want to fight against Team Iraq, because Golden opened up his fire. But Golden managed to eliminate Team Maldives out of the game.
I'm a bit curious when it comes to the movement coming from Iraq, because they are kind of confused when it comes to push or not.
Yeah.
Even though they still have the 4 players, and I think they are giving a high aware when it comes to Sri Lanka, because Sri Lanka, I think they are quite comfort when it comes to this game. They are not moving around for about 3 or 4 circles, but we are going to another fight. Kazakhstan starting with a good game when it comes to the fight with Vietnam. Right now, with only 3 players, they need to fight for about 4 players from Team Brazil, even though one already being knocked down. I think Kazakhstan know their limit, and look at how wise the decision coming from Kazakhstan. How wise the decision they're going toward the circle, because they know they're not safe enough, and this kind of logic is really amazing. And I think not only jinx about my prediction of the winner chicken dinner, also the fate of Kazakhstan himself, because they show me they are more than that, even though logically they will be having hard time to go toward the circle. But from the elimination, which is 8, so they won all the fight they need to go to the circle, Donna.
The one time that we don't predict Kazakhstan, they doing pretty well. So well. 8 elimination point has been pocketed by Kazakhstan now, but we're gonna witnessing the path or the rotation that is gonna do by Team South Korea. They touch down in a small compound, and it's a pretty good compound and also a pretty chill compound in the edge of the circle itself, but they really need to be extra careful as we're witnessing the elimination, the final elimination towards Team Indonesia. Wilia Aja, as the last man standing, has been sent out of the game. But this is gonna be like a big war coming, because only 2 compounds available inside of the circle itself. Meanwhile, Team Brazil already setting up their split position now to go towards all of the compounds, not only the compounds itself, but also Team Iraq out there.
I mean, Team Iraq really in a pinch situation. They're being pushed by Sri Lanka, also getting shot by the players of Brazil. But I don't know, Sri Lanka is kind of confused right now. They do not have the confidence to go through the Iraqi players. I think Brazil still with the same gameplay, with the same mistake. They are using only 1 vehicle, 2 bolt going to the circle itself, because they do not realize a lot of people, besides the team that they already knocked down, which is Iraq, is already inside the circle, which are South Korea and also Team Kazakhstan. But back to the fight when it comes to the close combat between Sri Lanka and Iraq. Iraq even already reviving all of their teammates. Right now, it's a turntable situation. Sri Lanka is on the verge, is on a bad situation, is on the tough one because Kalaga still doing the aggression with a lot of needs thrown towards the player from Sri Lanka. Doom already being revived, but Sri Lanka already lost one of their players.
All right, so we're gonna wait.
Golden.
We're gonna wait and witness which side to buy in this late game. Is this gonna be like the things go south for Sri Lanka, or Iraq is gonna focusing the aggression towards Team South Korea? Because for now, not only Team Sri Lanka has a contender of Team Iraq, but Kazakhstan as well. And just like that, Hazan cannot really taking the war. Amara also cannot really take all of the damage that's sent by Team Iraq. But Iraq need to be really extra careful because they are being bombarded by Team South Korea. South Korea has a really nice angle and also vision toward Team Iraq. And Iraq only left with last man standing that is trying really, really hard to stay alive. And he cannot stay alive no more. Iraq eliminated in the 4th place.
I mean, the movement coming from Kalaga and, Golden is really good. I know the exact objective, what Golden really want to give towards his teammate is like providing an obstacle. But he failed to switch the chair, I guess. So he is easily being shot by the players of South Korea. So two big names right now, South Korea and Kazakhstan, because both of the parties are still having a lot of manpower. So a lot of things still can be happening. Meanwhile, Sri Lanka in the very verge of that and being taken down by TAQ. So it's only about 4-3 situation. It's about South Korea and Kazakhstan. And look at the movement coming from Kazakhstan. He's like a ninja. He's like a Spider-Man going to the top of the compound. But he failed to knock one of the players from South Korea down. The nade coming from Will going to the TAQ, but it is not connected. And look at TAQ. He's going towards the compound because he knew he really need to control the center of the circle, because not a long time after, this will be an end game for Miramar.
Oof. And talking about the late game or the end game itself, is going to be like a fair play for both of the teams as well, because both of South Korea and also Kazakhstan not only they're securing the highest placement point for now, but they are also securing more or so many elimination points. That means that they show us so much aggression from the early game towards the middle game and up until the end game itself. So yeah, both of the teams are capable of doing anything. 3v4 situation, both of the South Korea and also Kazakhstan still gonna stay intact in their position for now, not building or not making any bold movement for now.
You know what, I totally agree with that. I mean, they have the same exact condition. When it comes to the Kazakhstan, they're pushing forward their limits from the blue zone. From losing one of the manpower, going toward the circle, they are wiping out. They demolish players on the edge of the circle. South Korea, at the same time, they are being guard capped first. And right now, they are inside the late game. But 3-on-3 situation right now. I think the confidence level from Kazakhstan is so high. Even one of the players from Korea already being taken down again. The next moment, but the shot coming from South Korea is so strong. But right now, 2-on-1 situation is being chased down. One of the South Korea, but a jump shot coming from the Kazakhstan, really proving they are a strong, they are a global team. What a great gameplay to end the day. Kazakhstan with a winner chicken dinner going from the blue zone. A tight situation, but they prove us wrong. They are really strong. They demolish everyone from the edge of the circle towards the late game. And this is it. Kazakhstan or the Titan Esports.
Titan being the Titan of the second day, especially after securing 2 winner chicken dinner with double-digit elimination point. It means that their place is gonna flying so up high in the leaderboard for today, and tomorrow is gonna be a whole another day for them. But once again, congratulations for Kazakhstan of taking the winner chicken dinner. But again, Eldo game.
What is that?
once we don't vote for Kazakhstan in Miramar,
They are performing really well, right?
they're performing so well.
I mean, not only we are not predicting them,
Mhm.
we
We
even, or
jinxed.
I even dope they can't go towards the late game like Vietnam. Vietnam is the proof of my opinion, right?
Yep.
Because they are so hard to go inside a circle because a lot of teams were inside the circle before them, so far before them. But Kazakhstan, I think the position, they try going from the northern side of the map, then going another rotation from the western side, then demolish all the teams on the edge of the circle really well. Like at this particular moment, going for Brunei, going for the other team, and they managed to go toward the circle. That's shown us that Kazakhstan or the Titan really proper to be called as the regional winner because they're not only being invited, but they are the winner of the regional qualifier. And fun fact, Kazakhstan or Titan Esports actually eliminated one of the strongest contender in the world, which is godlike stalwart when it comes to the qualifier. So
oh yeah, I remember that
yeah,
day.
because we are
we
the
casted,
one,
we casted that game that. Yeah, if we're looking back at time and it in-depth qualifier, actually, we were kind of surprised by the result of it because like we expected like other names that really come out to be the winner, but Kazakhstan proved us that they are worth it here. They deserve to be here, especially with 15 total elimination point that they got for now. Looking at the other team as well, 9 elimination point for South Korea, Indonesia. Even though they finished earlier, they managed to get 5 total elimination point, and still an okay point for me for Indonesia.
I mean, we really need to give shout out to Willy Aja because Willy Aja today, not only about his utility when it comes to the winner chicken dinner before, but to protecting the placement point for Indonesia at this game is really amazing. But again, the PMGC players are no jokes. They are so strong with their gameplay, even though right now 58 total elimination and summing up with 3, so 3 players, I guess, are eliminated by the blue zone because it's not that easy to go towards the circle. 8,000-ish total heal, 58 total knockouts. I think by the day goes, I mean like after some matches, they lowering their tempo, especially at this day because they do not want to make any mistakes, and it result about our overall statistic quite unique because the throw used today, I think it is never quite close to 300. The most one is, I think, once. The most one is, I think, 280. But yesterday, there was total chaos. It's more than 350 something. So yeah, maybe tomorrow, I really hope to see another bold plus calculated, so all action pack happen for the grand final.
Exactly. Because like today is like the most important day for them to be like really determine their position for today, and also determine how are they gonna play tomorrow. Is there gonna be like a big pressure going on around them, or is it gonna be like a more enjoyable one for them? But well, we're gonna see the top 4 teams statistic first Kazakhstan, Korea, Sri Lanka, and also Iraq for now. I think in terms of the statistic itself, there's nothing much not much to talk about actually, but the one that we need to talk about is the MVP of the game, Puncher from Team Titan, Kazakhstan.
I mean, Puncher, you really have that name really
look
well.
Look at the damage though.
I mean, like 1,000 total damage. It shows that our opinion was right. They're demolishing a lot of teams from the edge of the circle. And not only that, though, I really like how to see the total heals. It is almost 400. It means that a lot of fight happened for Team Kazakhstan or Titan itself. And Puncher with 5 elimination, you're really doing it so well. I mean, like the name itself show the quality of Puncher himself. So Puncher, punching around, punch all the contenders with a good shot, with a good positioning. Average survival time is near with 27 minutes, so he's up there. He's not often being knocked down, and he's really participating well for the team fight. And please welcome, this is what I'm predicting. Brunei, after all the good games, they are going to the second position right now. It means that chicken dinner is important, but more important than that is a consistency about the gameplay. And beware, because Saudi Arabia, I think, really stepping up their game. Even Chinese Taipei going to the top 3, but I think they are not quite satisfied for today gameplay, because you know what? Yesterday, they are getting for about 60 total points. So today, it's only half from Chinese Taipei. So they are really need something to stepping up their gameplay. Even Indonesia and Vietnam, one team or two teams that already collected one chicken dinner, but they still can't manage to go to the top 10. So there are a lot of things still can be happen tomorrow for the last day of the grand final. Do not forget still to support the nation of yours, the best team you think that will be the winner of IESF or the World Esports Championship PUBG Mobile 2022.
Yeah, couldn't agree more in terms of like all of the total points itself, in terms of like the how to you really need to be really consistent in terms of rank points or placement point and also elimination point, because as we saw from the overall rankings itself, all of the best team for now has a lot of elimination points. So well, yeah, that's it for today. We are done for today. 5 games already, and tomorrow is gonna be our last day for the grand final from PUBG Mobile in the IESF 14th World Esports Championship 2022. So before we wrap it up for the second day, we're gonna toss it back to our amazing host, which is Mas Ger or Gary Eka. So Mas Ger, back to you.
Back to you.
Thank you once again, Dona Fiska and Eldoge. So guys, let us give congratulations to all the team that get winner chicken dinner for day 2 grand final of PUBG Mobile on IESF World Esports Championships Bali 2022. And I would like also say thank you to our government sponsor for supporting this event. So thank you once again to Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, NOC Indonesia, and Wonderful Indonesia. So that's all the match for today. We will meet again for tomorrow, the final day, day 3 of grand final PUBG Mobile on IESF World Esports Championship. Once again, thank you for watching, and like usually, artis-artis yang ditunggu sama pemain bola, pemain basket, bahkan atlet esports adalah artis yang selalu ditunggu oleh para pemain bola, pemain basket, even sama teman-teman atlet esports. Nggak tahu? Tantri kontrak baru. Thank you once again. I'll see you around. Goodbye.
It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. my game.